Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you all are doing well on this fine Sunday morning where I think it's better to hang out here than to go to some stuffy old church and learn about how much you suck. But I'm here to tell you that you're awesome because you're hanging out with me. So, no judgments here. Hope everybody is doing well. Thank you so much. Um, I know it's early. Thank you for joining me, and of course, it's always early on these third Sundays in the morning. But welcome everybody to the Stage of Reason, and it's good to see everyone. I know I'm not live as often as I should be, but I appreciate everybody being here, and I've no doubt that more will be filing in. So let's see who we have in the live chat real quick, and then we'll do our little pre-show as I get warmed up. Get my energy up before I head over to Discord and I start the Stage of Reason there and talk to believers about what they believe and why they believe it. So, oh man, I should have combed my beard this morning. Let's see who we got. Bellywood 7688. Good to see you. Says third Sunday of the month. I get such an urge to sneak out of work an hour early. Hell yes. Good to see you, Bellywood. Raven Darkstar, good to see you as well. Thank you so much for hanging out this morning. Doctor Who Design, don't you dare put that evil on us. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. He's been popping over to Taco streams a couple of times. And it's been kind of funny, him popping over there because his rhetoric has not improved whatsoever. It's still really, really bad. Free to play, less pay is good to see you. Free to play. Yep. I'm bridging it, bringing it and bridging it. New UG, good to see you. Thank you so much for hanging out. Bob Nodell's Gyroscope. Oh, it's been forever. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're doing well. Dark Ranger 1975. It's the first live I've caught. Thank you so much, Dark Ranger. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Always good to see new people, new faces, or new names in the live chat there. Oh, I've got Creaky blowing up my messages. Let me see. And Calagon Chick, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out this morning. Who else do we have? The Lowly One just finished watching the collab video. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, I do love this hoodie. Yes. The temperature where I'm at, like, recently just dropped, like, precipitously. And it's, like, finally starting to feel like, fall to autumn, or fall to winter outside. It drops quick here. Like, it'll be warm, and then all of a sudden it just falls off a cliff, and then it's cold. And this morning, I got up to get my wake up juice and go get my breakfast real quick, and it was just like, ooh, blustery. Not to mention the wind, because the wind comes sweeping down the plains, as my wife so often likes to hear me say. So, required the hoodie this morning. But yeah, let's see. And Dib is here. Good to see you. Says good morning, good day all. Lurk mode engaged. Fantastic. Good to see you hanging out over there. Magus Mork says first time catching a live stream. Great to be here. Thank you so much, Magus. Appreciate it. I have no doubt we may see a lot of new faces in the live chat this morning, even though it is pretty early because of the recent collab. So, and I think I caught everybody in the chat. Church suck might rephrase it. No, church will tell you. Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay, Raven, I got you. It's early. Okay, so forgive me, but we're here. We're synced. We've officially synced up. Welcome to the Madhouse. So I want to thank everybody so much. Recently, as you know, if you no doubt have seen, I got to work with a bunch of creators that I'm a huge fan of, that I'm a fan of all of them, and I got to work together with them. It was amazing. I was officially the low man on the totem pole as far as like subscriber counts go. So I was the little guy, and I think the biggest person was Forrest Valkai, was a part of that collab, and I got to work with them and do the big mega collab that you saw, where each one of us produced a number of videos, and then we put them all together in these randomized kind of sets, and then had them on our channels, and called the Super Atheist Friends, which is just, like awesome. Just like the best ever. Anyway, Bob Nodell's Gyroscope, he did it. If he shows up, it's on you. That is on your hand, sir. So that really popped off, and it's doing really, really well as far as like the analytics go. So I appreciate everybody going to check that out, and all the new faces and everything, all the new subscribers and all the support there. It's been really, really awesome. So you guys rock. I appreciate the support. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. No doubt. Difficult to see postage stamp size, JL. I'm literally the biggest thing here right now. Please make your face bigger while on stage. Oh, on stage. Oh, I got you. When the stage is active, I'm down there in the corner. I got you. Okay. I see what you're saying. Got you, UG. I'm on board. Let me see what I can do as far as like the setup, the layout goes, to see if I can make myself a little bit bigger. So, yes, Bob Nodell, you mentioned it twice, but Doctor Who Design mentioned it 2 times before. So, and he passed. He was like, "Otangelo, Otangelo," and then you're the one that's, and then he's like, who's going to dare say who's going to dare to say the third time, and you said the third time, so that's on you. All right. So appreciate everybody checking out the collab. It was a lot of fun to do that, and we will be doing it again. Our plans are already in motion to do a second one, to do like, Super Atheist Friends 2, The Reasoning, which I think will be awesome, or something along those lines. I'm just spitballing. No doubt it will be bigger. It will be better. It will be longer. It will be everything that you desire. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and you definitely get to see some names that pop in. So yeah, look forward to that. So when that drops, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Now that we've gone through it and we've done it one time, we've done the whole collaborator thing, and we've all figured it out. Because a lot of us are kind of like, what is this feature to do the collaboration thing on? And so we were not really terribly familiar with it, but we figured it out. And now that we know it, it's going to go so much more smoothly, than it did this last time. Now that we have a good idea, the first one through the door is always bloody, So now that we've got it figured out, it's gonna go really smooth next one. Also, all of you may notice that for this particular stage, I have never done this before. I've never done this before on a live chat, or like on a live stream. Is I set a goal for this stream, and the reason I set a goal is because I have something special that I want to do after the stage is over. So after the stage is over, if we don't hit the goal, don't worry. I'll just push it off to do something a little bit later. But if we do hit the goal, then I have something special planned. Okay, it's a special surprise. Okay, and hopefully my guest will be able to stick around and enjoy that with you. But the reason the goal is where it's at is because I really don't want to. I don't want to say there's a reason for that. I don't want to spoil too much. Okay. Let's just say I may regret it. I may not. I don't know. But it is a special video that I haven't watched it. I don't. So, but it is concerning me. So. But nonetheless, I spoil too much. I give away too much. But if we hit the goal, like the super chat goal that's set for the day, it's the first time I've ever done this. I will probably not ever do this again. It makes me feel kind of icky. But this is a special circumstance because there is this particular video that I think is important. We'll get to it. I promise. If we hit the goal, we'll get to it. If not, I'll just end up doing it at a later time, and I'll do it in a little bit more of a formal fashion. This way, I think it'll be a bit more fun and a bit more entertaining for all of you to see it this way. So if we hit the goal, we hit the goal. If we don't, we don't. Don't worry about it. It's, neither here nor there. So don't feel pressured or anything. It's just that's kind of a special thing that I have planned after the stage is done, so that the fun doesn't end. And you'll see. If we hit the goal, I will explain further. I will go further into it. So, and hopefully my special guest will be joining me at 10 o'clock. Because at 10 o'clock we're going over to Discord for the stage. So obviously, lots of crazy stuff going on. I mean, this is the third Sunday of the month, so we just had the No Kings protests, which took place all over the nation. The turnouts in Chicago were crazy, which is freaking amazing. I saw like 100,000 people in Chicago. They were all here where I am in Oklahoma. So that was the great, biggest protest in U.S. history, as far as I think by the numbers go. So pretty, very, very, very impressive. So congratulations to all of those individuals. And if you went out there, I'm glad that you stayed safe. I by chance didn't get an opportunity. I live too rurally, and I just got too much work to do. I have the dogs, and I have the house, and I've got work here that I have to get done, and to drive the hours that I needed to drive out there and back while taking care of everything, it just wasn't feasible for me to make it out. But I did watch. So I did watch, and I supported it as best I could. Let me see. Haven't watched it yet, trying to get caught up. Not a problem. Take your time with it. Take your time with it. And yes, the Halloween special. I do an annual Halloween special, either the night before or the night of Halloween. Every year I do an annual one. I have had part of the charm of the Halloween special is I debunk supernatural videos. Like people will say, "Oh, I saw a ghost," and then I'll collect them together. I have had a hell of a time trying to find any that are not stupid obvious, that are just like, they're just, everyone I've seen is just so bad. Whether it's on YouTube or Reddit or somewhere else, they're just all bad, like really, really terrible. I'm trying to find them, but they're all just garbage. And I just, as technology improves and quality, and you can't blame everything on like fuzzy, like fuzziness, or like now people are deliberately trying to make terrible videos in order to try and obfuscate the fact that they're fake. And so, so the debunking portion is having some difficulty, and I'm wondering, if I don't have the debunking portion, what the heck am I going to talk about on Halloween? I could probably bring some guests on. Yeah, I could probably do that. Probably talk about that, and just basically just could kind of do a chill out and talk kind of thing. Maybe I'll see if I can find some, but I typically do it, around Halloween every single year. So I've been doing it for 3 years running. So I'm looking forward to the next one. Ollie Man, good to see you. Say Elbows Up Canada, good to see you. Thanks so much. Moondog, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for hanging out this morning. Make sure I didn't miss anybody else. Think we're good. Yep, we're good. All right. So, if this is your first time here, okay, this is the Stage of Reason. It is a Discord stage in the Politics Discord server. The link for that is in the description. And I do this every third Sunday of the month. It's a part of a series of stages that get run on the Politics Discord server. The Theist Helpline runs on the first Sunday of the month, and I believe there's some other stuff as well. But nonetheless, I do this every third Sunday of the month, and I bring up, I and usually a special guest or maybe two special guests will bring up believers or people who like to talk about stuff, believers to talk about what they believe and why. We talk religion, we talk science, we talk, general theology, we talk philosophy, politics, whatever happens to come up, and just have these discussions that I think are important to have while we have the rights to have them. J Money 212, good to see you. Thanks so much, and thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, hey, my man JL, keep your foot on those mofos next year. One of my favorites. Appreciate that, bud. Thank you, J Money. You rock. I've gotten to know J Money from over on Taco Streams. It's been a lot of fun. So thank you, J Money. I appreciate the support very, very much. Now, when the stage gets going, okay, once we kick that off, if more super chats or milestone chats, I love the milestones, see how long people have been members and stuff. But if anything comes in, those get automatically starred and put off to the side, so I won't miss them. And so when I have like a natural lull, I can read super chats, or I'll read them at the end. Okay, but I will definitely announce it if we hit the goal for this stream. I will definitely announce it. If we don't worry about it. Like I said, there's no pressure. I don't want to pressure anybody to do anything. It's just I want to make it worthwhile, and so you'll understand if we hit the goal. If we hit the goal, I will go into all the details, the gory details as to what exactly I have planned or what the special surprise is. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much, J Money. It wasn't like that on Beetlejuice. All right. So yeah, I think one of the coolest things that's happened so far that's happening, obviously, because I'm here in Oklahoma, I'm one of the flyover states, and obviously, the No Kings protest took place. I believe it was we had them in Tulsa, we had them in BA, and we had them in Oklahoma City, which went off without a hitch, which was really, really awesome. Some of the videos that are coming out of some of the counter protesters are really, really funny. I saw this one on Reddit of a dude who was screaming at protesters, yelling, "Long live Trump, long live Trump," and then he called them a bunch of F's, like a bunch of FA, like that, F slurs. And then someone this kid with a skateboard ran up beside him, waited till he turned around and snatched his sunglasses off his face, and then just took off into the crowd. And the dude tried to run after him, and he's like this old man. He wasn't really old, but he was like probably in his late 40s, early 50s. And he runs after him, and then he's like, his pants don't fit right. And so the guy was like sadly out of shape, and it was a skateboarder. This kid had his skateboard and everything, like that. And the guy, like the MAGA guy, runs after him, and he loses his footing, and he just face plants into the concrete, and he slid. Like he had these tracksuit pants on, which were really embarrassing, and he just just eats it, and then he gets up. And he's like messed his face up and he's bleeding all over the place. And he was like, and he's still mad. He's yelling at people. People are like, yo, calm down, calm down. People are trying to like get a hold of him, trying to control him. And he's like, he's fighting everybody. And then he saw the kid again, and then he sprinted after him. And he sprinted after him like a dead sprint. And then he ran into somebody else. And then he just ate it like right into a curb. Just pow. So yeah. Getting mad. I mean, there was some funny stuff out there, but luckily they were pretty much, there's no reports of violence coming out of them. A little bit of skirmishes here and there, but it's a hot button topic. But I'm glad this went off without a hitch. One thing I really like, Ryan Walters. Oh, thank you so much, the new UG, for £5. Pounds. Let's make it happen. Did you know 38% of the UK are atheists, only 47% in the USA? Why y'all crazy? That's a damn good question. And yeah, seriously, but thank you so much for the support, new UG. I do appreciate that. You rock. Yes, road rash. Ouch, road rash. So, all right. Hey, Rembrandt, good to see you as well. Rembrandt 972, appreciate you being here. And Fred at Six Fly, good to see you as well. Says thanks for the special surprise. I've been watching all morning Europe, and I found Jacqueline through this co-op. Yes, Jacqueline is amazing. She does amazing work. Really good stuff. Her demonic tampons one is kind of blowing up my comment section. Apparently, Sir Sick likes to hide the whiskey, thanks to Sir Sick. Cheese, thanks to Force Valkai, and Demonic Tampons, which is just an awesome band name, from Jacqueline Glenn. And so they did amazing with the collab. What they brought for every video on all 9 channels was amazing. Okay, was absolutely amazing. And it gets me because we actually had 10 people lined up. Originally, we had 10. We wanted to do 10 for a total of 100 videos, of 100 like short responses. And unfortunately, somebody had to drop out due to some in real life stuff, some IRL stuff. And it was a bummer, but they went and handled that. They're okay. They're doing fine. I don't want to spoil who it was because they'll probably be back for the second one. But we had a 10th person, and I actually had a 10th video. We all had 10 videos, and I had a 10th video that you didn't get to see as a part of that series. But don't worry, you will eventually. You will get to see it. You will get to see it very soon. So, and it was a shame because it was one that I was really proud of. I was really happy with it. I love when videos give me the opportunity to get journalistic and start doing some investigative work. And this one let me do some serious investigative work, which made me really happy. And so I was bummed that y'all didn't get to see it, but you will get to see it because I'm going to share it with y'all and be here soon. So it's not the surprise at the end of this. That's not what it is. All right. Yes, Ryan Walters. So not only is Ryan Walters gone, that scourge of the American or the Oklahoma education system, probably the American education system as well. He was an extreme alt-right conspiracy theorist, MAGA supporter, Christian nationalist psycho, and pretty much sacrificing Oklahoma education, Oklahoma students on the altar of political expediency. So it was just bad. He was just trying to earn points with Trump so that he could possibly get. We think originally what he was trying to do is he was trying to score points with Trump so that if Trump won, he could land the Department of Education position and be in charge of the DOE. But Trump gave that to Linda McMahon because he is crazier than we anticipated. So yeah, another Trump pick me artist. You got it, Ben Affleck, absolutely. And hey, Skeptic Philosophy. Good to see you. Morning. And so he didn't get that. So he was stuck here in Oklahoma and just doing whatever he could. It was the Trump Bibles and like this. Well, eventually he resigned. Like the shit piled up so badly against Ryan Walters that he eventually resigned his post. He said he was going to take a CEO position with this anti-teacher union group that apparently he founded. So that's what he was getting. So that was what he was resigning to go to that. Now, obviously, the resignation kind of came out of nowhere. And I think it was because I think that despite the fact that he's an absolute piece of shit, Governor Shit of Oklahoma and the AG were putting enormous pressure on him because of the backlash from all the crap that he was doing. And so he eventually just resigned, like he quit, and then he went to he basically went into the private sector to basically fight against teachers unions. That's his new shtick. But that hasn't been the end of it, because the new superintendent they brought in has been really, really impressive. Shockingly so. Like, you didn't think that this kind of like sanity still existed in the state, because they are going with a fine tooth. They are going through the history, like the wake, in the wake of Ryan Walters. They are going through his entire tenure with a fine tooth comb and trying to figure out how much damage he did, where they can fix it, what they can do. So far, they've reinstated all the teacher certificates that Walter suspended with no cause to do so. He suspended illegally. So they've reinstated all those teachers. We got them all back. They stopped the Bible mandate thing. And those are the two big things. So the state will not be spending money on Trump Bibles to go into, to be forced into whatever like this. There was a Christian nationalist quiz, or like a test. You could call it a loyalty test or whatever, that was being given to new teachers who were applying. That has been shut down. So that was good. And I think the biggest thing is, and this just recently came out a couple of days ago, apparently Congress had allocated during the pandemic. Congress had allocated funds to private schools in order to help support them, because they weren't getting federal funding, because they don't, because they're not, because they don't have the funding that public schooling has. And so, but in order to support them during the pandemic, they were able, if they fell below a certain threshold, they were able to apply for protection funds during the pandemic. Okay, for private schools, but they had to fall beneath the threshold. There were a number of schools here in Oklahoma that applied for that, and there were lots that applied for it, but only a few a few fell below the threshold, and they actually were awarded that. That money was then allocated to the Department of Education, which was then supposed to go to the schools in question. Ryan Walters intercepted that money, and he took that money that was earmarked for these schools, for these private schools that needed it to survive the shutdown, and he gave it to religious private schools of varying denominations that did not meet the threshold. Okay, that did not fall within the threshold to qualify for those funds. So he literally misappropriated government resources to go to ineligible religious private schools. So that just came out. So one thing I could say out of all this, I don't know much about the new superintendent, but they seem to be cleaning house quite well. They've stopped a bunch of the Christian nationalist nonsense, a bunch of the First Amendment violations, and they have found financial impropriety on behalf of Walter. So I would not be surprised if we don't see Ryan Walters in a courtroom within the next year. I would say to see him in the courtroom being brought up on charges by the state of Oklahoma. So it would not shock me at all if Governor Stitt has his way. It may just happen. So just got to throw that out there. Did they shut down his tax-funded Christian school? I believe that I believe that's currently on appeal, is what it is. But given the financial improprieties that are going on, that may get shut down. So I think it may be in limbo at this point. But it was shut down, and then they appealed, and I think it's currently in the appeal process. I have to double check on that. But obviously, his shit is not going to last. So thankfully, it's not going to go any further. They're cleaning house and exercising the state's education from of his presence. All right, it's 9:57. Let me pop over. I feel good in. Rembrandt says, I used to be a fan of Jacqueline Glenn. I like Jacqueline, I like her energy. So it's a lot different than a bunch of us, a lot of us dry humored atheist content creators. I dig her energy. I dig what she brings. So I think she's a welcome voice at the table. Let's go. Let me check here. And let me double check here. Blah, blah, blah. Let me see. Should be getting to go. All right, you can see me on there. Fantastic. Let me share my screen and make sure that we are solid. Yep, we're live now. 2 seconds. Make sure. I gotta make sure this. Taco's got to figure this crap out. It's always admin shit. Give me 2 seconds. Trying to figure out what the hey is going on. Make sure I'm on the right one. Yes. There we go. Okay. I think we should be good to go there. Yeah, wrote in a list name. Good to see you, bud. Just trying to make sure that these went out. AA Battery, good to see you. Having a great day. Just trying to make sure that this stage gets started off correctly. And no notification went out, I see. Well, till this is figured out. Right now, I have the stage started, but nobody is here. The notification to go out. In fact, I'm starting to think that nobody can see it is the problem. So trying to make sure that we are good. Yeah, only when hell freezes over, Raven. It's damn straight. Come on. Why do I always put this in his hands? It's on me, really. Thank you so much, Rodent No Last Name, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 19 months. I do appreciate that support. You rock. Well, no, it started right at 10 o'clock. In fact, I had the option start stage at the 10 o'clock, the scheduled 10 o'clock stage, and apparently the notification didn't go out. It's something that is on Taco's end. It's always the admin. I swear. I'm imagining, I'm thinking that people can't see it is the problem, that it's not visible. Yeah, so imagine that's what it is. Like if somebody else were to go, "Hey, Finest Plugins, good to see you. This is a live bridge. Transatlantic greetings and a good afternoon. Thank you so much. I appreciate that." I'm imagining that if someone were to pop over to the Discord channel, that you won't be able to, you won't see it. So this is the Zodiac. So I just saw it in my feed. Just saw it like it popped up, but okay. Normally, when these things kick off, the people flood in. Y'all have seen it before. So, and that's not happening. So obviously there's some sort of like mess up. His brain is made of lettuce and cheese, just about. This is the Zodiac speaking. Can't see anything on the politics server. Fuck, I goddamn well knew it. This happened before. Taka was supposed to have fixed this. Oh, this sucks. Not gonna get mad. Right, the ghost of the machine. Random number generator, RNG, yeah, pretty much. And of course, he's not responding. So I always message him an hour before the stage to let him know. It's hit or miss if he responds. Well, this is embarrassing. Let me see if I can fix it. I'm going to try and fix it myself. Fuck Taco. Okay, let me do this. Hey, we are DNA. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I was going to have a chat with Taco. It's going to be, yeah, it'd probably be a bloodbath. And apparently I cannot fix it myself. Oh, Raven, I haven't. We actually haven't conversed with him in so long. Hey, Alan Highland, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. We haven't conversed with him in forever. Like I haven't talked to him in months. So why do we keep having these problems? Wow, this is just crap. Give me 2 seconds. Well, now I'm aggravated. All right. Well, so I guess you're dealing with me as we currently speak. Give me 2 seconds like that. Just going to end that because no point in me sitting here in this stage when there's nobody here and nobody can see it. And Taco has something to do with the no, Taco's the one who's in charge of them. He's the only admin that's on them. So, and I'm blowing up his Discord. So once again, I got to figure out how I can do this. I'm done with this. I got to figure out how I can do it myself because, yeah, I got to figure out how I can do it myself. Because me waiting on him trying to figure this out is just not going to fly. Apparently, Cynthia's cast their voodoo on me. Taco got raptured. That I doubt. That I seriously doubt. What I'm gonna do, if I need to, we're gonna copy that, and luckily I have an alternative. Yeah, but with a VC, creating a VC like a separate VC, I can't control who can speak and when. It'll just be an open channel, and it'll just be voices. So there'll be no control on it. So I tell you what, I'll throw that out as a possibility, and we'll see who gets to see response first. So anyway, yeah, it's my fault for denying Gaud, apparently. Oh, thank you so much. The lowly one says $20 to afford BetterHelp. Thank you so much for the super chat. I do appreciate that. You rock. Thank you very, very much. It says $20 to afford BetterHelp. Yeah, we'll need it. We'll definitely need it. Alan Halen says, "Don't ask me. I always have trouble with Discord because I'm too stupid to do the voice chat." Yeah, just like if I can technically open a voice chat anywhere I want, and I can just like a random thing. But the problem with that is that even though I'm the person who started it, I can't control like who and when people speak and what conversations are being had. So it turns into people just jumping over each other, just over talking, and just it gets out of control. My problem is that I can start the stage and I started the stage before 10 o'clock, like we're supposed to do. And I tried to start the stage, but it wasn't visible to anybody. So there's something that Taco is doing on his end that is not working out, or something that he needs to do beforehand, which is why this didn't happen correctly. So I think that I'm not an admin on the politics server, which is the problem. And I think this is the sign that I need to take advantage. I need to start doing this myself, and I just need to handle it because relying on somebody else for this is constantly biting me in the ass, and I can't have it anymore. So this is really just I can't let the channel down. I can't let you guys down trying to constantly relying on somebody else who is just not is not going to be there. When I ask for 1 day out of the month, not even a full day. They just need to make sure the stage opens up with no problems is all it is. Unbelievable. That was his. Let me see here. Taco's mad that I didn't set up something with the rim job debate. Here's the problem. Okay, so sorting this out. I want to debate Jim Bob on morality. Okay, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a God debate or a God-centric debate, but likely it will because he's a Christian idiot. So, but that's what I want to debate him on. Is the morality subject. He's a moral realist. I'm a moral anti-realist. That's what I wanted to debate him on. There's no justification for his position. All the evidence indicates that my position is most likely the correct one, and it matches exactly what we would expect to see if it were the case. So I wanted to go after that. Jim Bob is apparently going to be at the MDD Nashville event, and I think Planet Peterson's going to be there too, a number of others, but nonetheless, he's going to be there. And Jim Bob is refusing to debate anything God-centric until after the Nashville event. That's what he's choosing to do. So he will not engage on any topic. He does want to debate people in evolution. I am not interested in debating Jim Bob on evolution because Eric already did one time. Planet Peterson already debated him on evolution once and absolutely trounced his ass. Jim Bob doesn't know enough about evolution to debate it. And as evidenced by, given the fact that I know that Jim Bob didn't learn anything from that debate. He won't take anything new from it. So it'll literally just be a rehash of what Eric did when Eric debated him. And I'm not interested in wasting everybody's time giving a science lesson to an intellectually dishonest dipshit. That's just me. I have zero interest in that. That bores me, and nothing will come of it. Okay, where it's basically doing the exact same thing that Eric did, only I'm more prone to losing my temper and getting frustrated with him. So that's not going to do anyone any good. So Forensic says, I think you need to have the role stage moderator. I am a moderator on the stage. Like I have the star by my name, but it might not be a role I might not have a role like in the back, in that section. Like if you go back into the back to set all the permissions and everything, I may not have a role that I need to do it myself. That's entirely possible. So yeah, but until Taco messages me, I'm sunk. I'm pretty much stuck. I can't start the stage and make it visible for everybody until Taco gets here to fix it. So makes it jail. Thanks for explaining. Appreciate that. Not a problem. Rim Job. Yes. Wicked Pissa. Yes. Rim Job is an asshole. He is. He absolutely is. He's a dishonest POS. And the reason I'll debate him on the morality thing is because he's dead ass wrong on that. Like straight up. He's just wrong. And so I got no problem like schooling him on that one, because unlike evolution, like evolution is like flat earth. Okay. And like other like anti-vax stuff like that. It's like those topics are just nuts. Okay. Just doing those topics, engaging with them, provides fuel to the conspiracy fire. And while there are people that are out there that can handle that are equipped to handle that, I have no interest in doing that. So like debating against like flat earth, debating against anti-evolution, debating against that kind of nonsense crap, like debating against demonstrable reality, I have no interest in that. The morality subject is one that does have implications within society and depending upon people's emotional reactions to the position. So that is important. And I would love, I'm a mod, but I'm not an admin. Yeah. And I would love to have that conversation. That's a good debate. Okay. The whole and I know that there one topic that was pushed was which is better for which is better for society, Christian nationalism or secular humanism. And I know that was similar to a debate that Andrew Wilson had, because Andrew Wilson loves that topic. Like he loves to like rail against secular humanism because it makes trans people permissible. That's his whole argument. He doesn't like trans people. He disagrees with trans ideology. He thinks that he's bought into all the conspiracies. He uses all of that nonsense to basically rail against secular humanism, which does not focus on that. So it's an appeal to consequences fallacy. The same with the moral realism argument. They don't like that there's that these things are that essentially moral judgments reference preferences, and extensions of those based upon our capacity for empathy, which is totally individual, case by case basis. But they don't like that, and so they'll argue that if morality is subjective, then anybody can just do whatever they want. Well, technically, everybody already does whatever they want. Fortunately, because we're a social species, the vast majority of people don't want to do horrible things to one another. Okay? But he'll argue that, that's because God wrote it on our hearts, some nonsense like that. It's like, that's not the case. But so, it's an easy debate to win, and people can get something out of it because they can then understand the moral anti-realism position, which I think is important. Donnie, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. J Money 12 for another 5 says maybe Taco fell asleep. He streams for hours on end and currently isn't live. Taco is solid. I'm sure there's a reason this happened. Maybe, but I'll say this: as much as I like Taco, this is not the first time. Okay, this has happened the past 3 stages where there's been some issue at the beginning. And Taco and Taco's needed to come in and set it so that the stage is visible and everybody can see it and everybody can find it, because I can't do it on my own. So, and we've talked about this, like, can you fix it to make it so it's like this? And he says that he does, and then he doesn't do it. So if this was like the first time, that would be a different story. But, I don't know. Like I said, he's not here. He's not here to defend himself, and he's not messaging me back. So knowing Taco could be everything from he fell asleep and forgot to he's just being petty. So the new UG, Jim Bob should be in the Olympics. He's been running from you for months. He has been. He is for like the longest time. Thank you so much for that super chat for £5. New UG, I do appreciate that. Yeah, he has been. Like, he's run for me a number of times. We're looking. I mean, as far as like the goal goes, looking good right there. So hopefully, if we do hit the goal, I mean, the goal is still there. If we do hit the goal, then I do have that special thing in mind, that special reveal planned. Hopefully, my special guest can join me for that. That would be fun. Let me see if I can. Let me do this. Freaking killing me. All right. So let me ask. Maybe Dad had Mexican for dinner when Pizza the Hut became locked in his limo and ate himself to death. Or pizza's gonna send out for you. And apparently, in the next one in Spaceballs 2, there's gonna be Burger the King. So that should be interesting. Anyway, totally like my mind went off in another area. So let me ask you all about this. The collab that recently dropped, the Pizza the Hut. Dom, was it Pizza the Hut? Yes, just amazing character. Let me ask y'all the collab, the big mega collab that just recently dropped. If you've had a chance to watch them, I'm kind of curious, and seems a lot easier to have this discussion here than to do a poll like in the post section. I'll say, are there any that stuck out to you that you really thoroughly enjoyed, despite other than the demonic tampons one? Because Jacqueline's demonic tampons video was quite hilarious. Did any of them, like, does anybody have a favorite? Because I've seen them all on everybody's channels. And so, I love them all equally. There's a couple that stand out that are really, really good. The demonic tampons one is a solid one. Creaky going after that sloth looking dude was really, really good. I'm a big fan of my own. But I'm kind of curious, are there any highlights that people, I want to see Justin from DZ Zone in a JL collab. That would be fun. I think that would be cool. I'd like to work with Justin. He's really, really busy, and I know he's got like he's got a book schedule, and he's working with a lot of other people. I know he does a lot of work with Eric. So, and I think with the atheist experience with AXP as well. So, maybe one day. There were a lot of good ones over there. Oh, there he is. Okay, so he just messaged me, says I'll get it started now. Let me ask him this. He was busy this morning. All right. He said he was busy this morning. So, which I know, no doubt. He's got kids, so I get it. But he also has the capacity to be petty. Just going to throw that out there. Jay Monies, thanks, man. David Buster's, then Tron 4D and Regal Theaters with my cousin. Unknown. What the? I have no idea what that is. I think he's scrambling. For a man who likes breakfast tacos, he is not a morning person. No, he is not. No, he is not. Let me see here. Oh, he can hear me. Apparently, I'm live. Because he said, no, I'm not scrambling. Let me see here. Oh, wait, no, let me cancel that. There it goes. All right. Hey, I don't know what music you're hearing. Let me share this over and we'll see if we can figure this out. Boom, boom, boom. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Hey, Taco, there he is.
Give me a second. I'm getting it started right now.
Let's full screen that. No, that's too much me. That's too little me. Does this work? Let me know if this works. Or maybe I'm still postage stamp. No. I'm super small there. Slightly larger there. That's just too big. That's not going to work at all. No. Now you can't see what's going on there. I think this one's going to be the best one. I think this is going to be the best one. I don't hear any music myself. The stage has music? Oh. I don't hear anything.
When they're waiting, it has music.
Oh, I see. Welcome, everybody. Look at all these people popping into the chat. Welcome, everybody, to the Stage of Reason. I know we got started a little bit late. Had some technical difficulties, but we are here. I see a lot of familiar faces, a lot of brand new faces as well. And welcome to everybody in the live chat. I'm sorry we got started late, but I appreciate you being here. As usual, this is the Stage of Reason. Every third Sunday of the month, I and a special guest will bring believers up on stage to talk to them about what they believe and why. And topics range from all over the place. So we can answer questions. We have questions for you. So if you want to come up and chat about what you believe and why, especially if you believe in a God or some sort of creating entity, stuff like that, or whatever, I'd love to have you up on the stage. I will prioritize people who have never been up before, and of course, believers over non-believers, just so that we can facilitate those great conversations. Let me see. And yes, Alan Grant, I am streaming. This is currently live on my YouTube channel over at Bridge the Divide, which is youtube.com/@JLWarren. So youtube.com/JLWarren, which is my channel. So appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ollie Man. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So yeah, so all you have to do, raise your hand. Raise your hand. I'll bring you up on stage. Hopefully my special guest will be joining me soon, and we'll have them up and we can kind of like bounce back and forth with each other. That way I can also make sure that I don't lose my voice during these bad boys. So I appreciate it. See a bunch of new faces here. So yeah, just raise your hand. And of course, we will talk about what you believe and why you believe it. Or if you have questions for me, we can go down that route, however you want to run it. This is the stage of reason. See, and I would say hi to Bob No Deal's Gyroscope. Good to see you. AA Batteries. Good to see you. New G. Danny, Masterman, Regios, Ernst. Ernest, good to see you. Co. Nora, pleasure. Bowler, Big Man, Tam, good to see you. Tears Collector, thanks so much for popping in. Dart Frog, good to see you. Thunder, Knee, Nights Who Say Knee, Flutter, Danny, Mickey, Janet, good to see you all. Rusty, appreciate y'all being here. But yeah, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll bring people up in order. You can mute the, apparently you can, I guess there's a hold music that I wasn't aware of. So apparently you can mute that down at the bottom. Yeah. We do have somebody with their hand up. Excellent. First person up, Salad Volcano, which is probably the best volcano. Now he's got to make sure that there's no problems. We can hear people. So Salad, you've been invited up. Appreciate it. Let me make sure that we can hear you.
Yes. Hello, do you hear? Yes.
Hang on 1 second. Want to make sure your volume. I want to make sure your volume's good. So,
okay.
Right? Can you hear me?
I'm a little bit nervous. Yes. Do you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sir. Hello. Sir.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm a little bit nervous. Many people are in the room. I would like to talk about the aliens over the White House that have been cited in recently, and we have ancient Vedic text that confirm the coming of the alien to the planet in year maybe 2026, and the obelisk is gonna have an extension antenna to the space, and we're gonna have communication with the former colonizers of the civilization. We have proof that ancient Egyptians were Indians, by the way, and they had hieroglyphs depicting the coming of the UFOs back to Earth, and we will probably see in the beginning of 2026 more Indian aliens coming to Earth, illegals and with paper, beginning of 2026, and it will be a second coming or third coming of the Egyptian Empire, and it will be a great reflux of Hinduism all over the world. What are you guys' thoughts about this? I wanted to know this, Charles.
First and foremost, I have not heard anything about this. This is all entirely new to me. When you say aliens, you're talking extraterrestrials, you're talking about people on the planet?
Both illegal aliens and extraterrestrial and from other dimensions, like space demons.
Okay. So, like, yeah, I wouldn't label anything that came from outer space like a space demon. That seems to be adding a bit of a weird theology to it. I would just say that there are other life forms that are potentially out there. And if intelligent species are able to make it to our planet, all the better for them. They have the technology and the biology to be able to travel great distances. So it's pretty impressive. Not terribly concerned about it. If an advanced species showed up on our planet and wanted, with that kind of technology, we would have no hope of defending ourselves. So it's kind of like bend over and kiss your ass goodbye. There's not much that you can do. With that level of technology, we simply can't do anything with it. And of course, if it's just like conspiratorial nonsense, there's nothing to worry about there. So I'm not sure what more can be said about that. This is a prediction that's going to happen in 2026. Then we'll have to wait to see if it happens in 2026. And if it doesn't, I have no doubt you'll likely push it back to like 2027 or 2028. Just like all the rapture predictions that get passed around. Everybody else survived the rapture, September 2025? I'm still here. And the revised rapture 2.0, which supposedly took place in October. Yeah. So, I mean, if this is a prediction for 2026, we'll have to see what happens. If nothing happens, then I guess we'll see what happens, right?
Another very spicy little detail is if you look into, have you heard about CERN in Switzerland?
I do know what CERN is, yes. And the Large Hadron Collider.
Are you aware they are trying to shift our current timeline into a sort of a different timeline, because they are trying to split particles to make us go into it? And the problem is, it is always cool and very nice to experiment with other things like that, but we have no evidence that we can go back ever again. So it could be detrimental to our beings.
This feels so exploitative. So haven't heard anything about that. I don't work at CERN. And I am kind of curious that if they were to do such a thing, how would you be aware of it?
That is the thing. People are meddling with bigger creations than they were first known about.
Dude, come on.
We have no guarantee for it. It can happen or it cannot happen.
All right. So, yeah. So I get it's a bunch of conspiratorial nonsense. I don't hold to it. I don't know if anybody else does, but given that you're making a prediction for 2026, we'll see what happens in 2026. So I appreciate you coming up, bud. Thank you very, very much. Let's see who we have next. Homo Sacer. There's only so much time I have for conspiratorial stuff.
Hello, son. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Just want to make sure your volume's okay.
Yep,
we're good. All right. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you all right.
All right. So, what's up? Yeah, what do you have for us today?
Yeah, I'm a theist, and I'd like to make an abductive argument for God. Looking at inference the best explanation.
So I invoking the IBE, which I'm assuming you also hold to the PSR.
No.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So making so there's two things before you provide an argument. Do you believe that an argument is equivalent to a demonstration of truth?
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Are you trying to say like we can deduce that as true by virtue of the premises? Or it's implied that it's true by virtue of the premises? What are you trying to convey with that?
Okay, so you recognize the distinction between a valid and sound argument, right?
Yep.
Okay, so long as the conclusion follows from your premises, that's fine. I mean, that's just a that's just a structurally valid argument. That's great, but that doesn't actually tell us anything.
But you want it to be sound, right?
Right. Yeah. So, like, if you define your God in a specific way, and then the conclusion follows from the way you're defining your God, then that's supported. But that doesn't mean that the God actually exists.
Of course.
Right. So.
Yeah. No, I've got a sound argument. Right.
So you have.
But all this will really do is increase our credence in theism.
So just to check, you can demonstrate that the God exists without begging the question.
Yeah, well, what I'm doing is abductive, right? So it would be increasing the credence in theism, just like you increase the credence of scientific hypotheses, right? Giving inductive support.
That's only going to be predicated upon that's going to be based upon how you're specifically defining the God. If you define it in an unfalsifiable way, then you can make claims about it, but it's still unfalsifiable, and therefore it still wouldn't be rational to believe that it exists. So I'm saying that I have no doubt. I have no doubt you have an argument. Okay. What I'm trying to tell you is that just presenting an argument that even increases the probability that some sort of unfalsifiable entity may exist does not indicate that belief that it is true is rationally justified. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, no, I agree. I take it to be falsifiable qua a Wangian account. Of course, you may hold to a Karl Poppian account about falsifiability, but I don't hold to that. So I don't know what account you hold to, but by my account of falsifiability, yeah, it's falsifiable.
Okay.
Should I explain,
given that certain like assumptions you're making about the nature of the entity or the nature of the universe in and of itself are true, because I have no doubt that there's going to be some sort of concept like about the God, like how you're defining it, but you need to be able to demonstrate not only does the God exist, but it also has the attributes that you're ascribing to it. If you're
I
ascribing
wouldn't need to do
attributes
that.
to
All I
it,
need to do is
but if you're ascribing
Yep.
attributes
Can
to
I-
it in order to facilitate a particular outcome or explain why a thing is the way it is in reality that we observe, then you're just begging the question. That's the problem there. So,
okay. Yeah, no, it'd be question begging for me to like use the premise that's also a conclusion, or identical to conclusion, or at least like tantamount to it. What I'm doing here is an abductive inference. So I'm saying, given the like phenomenon we're acquainted with, it seems as if theism is the best explanation for it by virtue of satisfying these theoretical virtues such as parsimony, such as explanatory power, predictive power, etc. And also it's falsifiable, which is an added bonus.
okay.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay,
It's not like
I get that.
Mhm.
But the problem is I don't think parsimony is on your side, nor is explanatory power, because can you explain the mechanism by which the god does anything? Can you provide the mechanism by
yeah,
which
I
the
can,
god
but that,
like how does
Yeah.
what is the mechanistic relationship between the cause and the effect?
it would be mechanistic. It wouldn't be a mechanistic relationship. I don't believe in causality, but it would be some relationship between the two relata. Sure.
No, but
I don't know why I would have to
how?
assume
No,
causality for this.
but how does it happen? If you just say that
Yeah,
God,
it's
if you
my
just say that
cognition. I'm a
God does it,
Berkeley idea.
if you just say that God does it, that's
Yeah.
not an explanation. That's an assertion.
Oh no, of course not.
Right.
Of course not. I don't want to say that God cognizes a thing. Right, the concept's identical to reality because I'm a Berkeleyan idealist. Right? Do you know what that is, or should I explain what that is?
I'm assuming that you're holding that reality in and of itself as we perceive it is literally just a projection of God's mind.
No, that is there's like some distinction between God's mind and the thing itself. I'm saying it's identical to God's mind.
So okay, so it is God's mind. You're basically saying that God is the idealist and we are the thing being idealized.
Oh, sure. I guess you could relate that if it helps.
Right. Just
Yeah.
to put it in its most simplest terms, that effectively God would be the ultimate solipsist.
Solipsist. I don't know why that's the case.
Well, if God is the only mind that actually concretely exists, and everything else, and idealism is true for God as being the only concrete entity, then technically God would be the
Oh
ultimate,
yeah, then that's true.
would be the ultimate solipsist. We
Not
are all
much
just
of a
a projection
reduction,
of,
but sure.
we're all just a projection of God's own mind.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with that. Just
Okay,
like
I
appear,
mean, you
not appear
could,
there.
you could, but isn't that technically unfalsifiable?
No, it wouldn't be unfalsifiable. You can falsify that.
How? But you need to demonstrate that the God actually exists, right?
Not to falsify, not to falsify. To clarify, to falsify a thing, you just give it indirect proof the thing can't be true. For instance, reductio absurdum, right?
That it
Or says
can't-
unexpected.
Wait, that it can't be true? If you're saying it's impossible for there to be no God, what's the P not P?
Well, I'm not saying there is, but I'm saying in order to prove that's the case, you give some like indirect proof, such as a reductio absurdum. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying that's how you'd falsify it. Does that make sense?
What's the reductio?
I'm not saying there is because I believe that God exists.
Wait, say again?
I can give an example of a reductio if you'd like. I'll say it slowly. I don't think there is a reductio because I think that God exists, but the God is falsifiable. Right, so if a fact was true, then there'll be a P or not P. I don't think that fact is true, therefore I don't think there's a P or not P. Does that make sense?
Maybe I'm missing something in
Okay.
like how you're getting from point A to point B is my
Okay,
problem. So do you hold that the
So falsify.
do you hold that the God
Yeah,
exists?
I'll clarify.
Do you hold that the God do you hold that the God exists, or do you hold that it is most likely that it exists?
I think that it's most likely to exist, but I also
Okay.
believe it exists by virtue of my credence being increased by these arguments, like by the posterior evidence.
Okay.
Just like you believe evolution is true by virtue of the posterior evidence isn't proven to be true, like by some concrete type of proof, or like some non-ampertive inference, right? We just have like inductive support for it. Same thing from my God, or my view on theism.
Okay, so I guess given we've already established that just providing an argumentation alone, does not provide rational justification for believing the proposition is true. That's fine.
Of course it would.
It doesn't.
We
It
never
doesn't.
agreed on that.
No,
In
it
fact,
doesn't.
you'll clearly disagree
it
because you take
doesn't.
things to be true by virtue of some inductive support.
No, because it had, like I said, it's not parsimonious and it has no explanatory value.
You just asserted it was. All you said was I don't think
No,
it
I'm saying
is.
that the
I can explain
argument
why I
by
think it's not
itself
parsimonious.
the argument by itself is only proof for the argument itself. It's not proof that it's not.
That makes no sense. But can I?
The argument is if the
can I
argument
explain
is
why I think it's
valid.
not parsimonious?
If the argument is valid, all that is evidence for is that argument itself is valid. It's not evidence that something
Look,
is true about
validity-
external reality. That's the problem.
I know that. I agree.
Okay,
But
given
ambiguitive
that you
inferences, like
can't-
inductive
given-
inferences, are
no,
not supposed to be
hold up.
valid.
So given,
They're just
so
cogent.
given that you
As an
can't
idiot.
demonstrate that it exists in external reality without begging the question,
Neither
there's
can
no
you do the same for
rational.
evolution. You just have inductive support, retard.
No.
Are you not tracking what I'm saying? You're cutting me off on purpose.
No, because evolution is demonstrably true. It is the case.
Okay, via inductive support, or do you have some
There
sort
is
of proof for
okay,
it?
no.
Sort of like,
Induction is not the problem that you're presenting it to be. Okay, we have
there's
novel,
no problem
we have
with
novel
induction. I've
testable
never said
predictions.
this.
We
I've
have
never
novel
said this.
testable
What?
predictions that drive the probability up to like
Same for theism. Yes, that's my point.
So like, what is your argument?
Okay, thank goodness. I have two, one Bayesian one and one abductive one. The abductive one goes as follows. For any x, if x is mereologically simple, which means not composed of parts, and x explains some phenomenon, then x is more parsimonious than any theory that posits more than one ontology.
But
The reason for this, and I'll explain
your
why.
x doesn't provide an explanation here.
It does, though. I said it just cognizes the thing. So the universe is identical to the mind.
Whoa, no. That's an
Okay.
assertion. You're asserting that it
Yeah, that's how
cognizes.
hypotheses work.
Okay, no.
That's how hypotheses work.
Okay, no.
The simplest explanation
Okay,
for
so
a
if you're
thing.
just hypothesizing it, sure, that's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. It still doesn't warrant.
It's falsifiable
It
via
still-
reductio
it
absurdum
still
if a fact is
doesn't-
true.
No, it doesn't. Because it's not. It doesn't even lead to a reductio. Because all you're doing is asserting something that's
Okay.
completely unfalsifiable about prior states of the universe that you don't have access to. So you can't demonstrate the
Okay,
truth
can
of this
I-
thing. So there's no rational justification.
I
to
know you believe
it's
that, but
true.
can I explain why I think it's? Can I explain why I think it is?
It
Can I
doesn't
explain why
matter.
at
It
least?
doesn't matter that you think it's convincing. I'm saying that
So you don't want to hear. So you don't want to hear what I'm
No,
saying.
I'm trying
trying to
to get to the.
I'm trying to explain my view, but you're running away like a coward.
I'm
Let
not
me explain
running
my view.
away. I'm trying to get to the heart.
And let me explain
I'm
it
trying
then.
to get to the heart of the matter. I don't want to have to server meet you. I will. The problem is you can provide any form of argumentation that you like, whether it be deductive or abductive and inductive argument, doesn't matter. If the argument itself is structurally valid, meaning that the conclusion follows from the premises, fine. But that's only evidence for the argument itself being valid if those premises happen to be true, but you can't demonstrate that to be the case. Now, the problem is that there's no logical contradiction in there being no God entity. So we already have that working for us. Not to mention, it's also parsimonious that no such God exists, and that the most parsimonious conclusion is that reality or the universe itself is just a brute fact. It's just contingent, and the laws of reality just contingently brute, which is not a problem. There's no logical contradiction there. So the heart of the issue is that none of what you're presenting gets you to a rational justification for believing that it exists. Okay, that's the issue. You may hold that it does. I'm saying that you're not rationally justified to do so.
Okay, can I respond?
Yes.
Thank you. So I agree with no P and not P and theism not being the case. Same thing for naturalism. Same thing for evolution. There's no P and not P there. But you'd want to say it's inductively supported. I'm saying my belief is rationally justified by virtue of the inductive support and the abductive support. I'm saying it's not parsimonious because the explanation.
Dude, slow down. Your word
I'm
salading.
saying.
Your word salading.
Sure.
Slow down.
Even though what you said was irrelevant, I'm word salading. Anyways,
You're talking over. No, dude. You're running.
Stop
your words.
stuttering. Let me
you
speak.
Are running your
You're
words.
stuttering. Let me
you
speak.
are running your words together. We cannot understand you. You need to enunciate.
Stop interrupting me. It'll
You
probably
need to
help you understand.
enunciate.
What I was going to say. Then stop interrupting me, retard. Anyways, so what I was going to say.
Okay, so I let you get away with it the first time. You're not getting away with it a second time. So this is not going to happen. I don't call people the R words. And, I already got complaints in the side chat that you were using a slur. I'll let it slide the first time, but I'm not going to let it go a second time. So if all you got is insults, then I got nothing to talk to you about. So, all right, Pantheos.
Hello. Well, that was very rude of him, wasn't it?
It was just a little unnecessary because I just wanted him to enunciate because he's talking over like his words are running together because he's trying so hard to make a point that he's really passionate about, but he's not actually saying anything. And so, but the second time he called me a retard, I was kind of like, I'm done, because I let it slide the first time. Fine. He got heated. That's whatever. But now he's just trying to if all he's got is insults, no point. So Pantheos, what do you got for us today?
All right. Okay. So, I'm not religious, but I'm not an atheist either, Warren. All right. Atheism, it doesn't sit with me because it skips the biggest question, right? What's the source of consciousness? and I know what it is. And I know you as an atheist, you don't know what it is, right? I know what it is. What?
Okay, so well, I hold to the material, to the physicalist position on there. I hold that mental states in themselves can be reduced to the physical. We have enough evidence and both neurology, neurophysiology to back that up to a degree of certitude. So unless you have some sort of evidence that minds can exist independent of brains, I'd love for you to present that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Look, all the holy books, right? The Quran, the Bible, the Torah, when you read past the metaphors, where it really points to the point of that, the awakening of consciousness. They wrapped it in stories, right? So people could grasp it, but underneath it is the same message. Evolve your awareness and realize what you truly are. Pantheism is the real belief, Warren. Everything is God. God is everything in the physical universe.
So why not?
And consciousness began.
So why not just call it the universe and just drop the God baggage?
Yeah, but I know where consciousness comes from, though. It's from Orion. All the pyramids point toward the Orion belt, right? And that's scientifically proven as well, isn't it?
Did you say consciousness comes from Orion?
Where stars see from Orion belt. Yeah. Look, I know it might sound crazy, right? But look, listen, right? Why do you think all the pyramids point towards Orion? There's a reason for that.
Well, it's not a one-to-one correlation. They point in that direction, but I mean, it's the beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, whatever they happen to believe or have convinced themselves of. I don't think it holds any bearing on the worldview that I hold, because ancient people believed all kinds of stuff, so I'm not particularly concerned about that. I'm concerned about what people can demonstrate to be the case. So there's no evidence to indicate that minds can exist without a brain. There's no reason. I understand that humans may want to, that some people may need to believe that because they don't like the idea emotionally. They don't like the idea of death being, resulting in nothingness, that essentially you just cease to exist, that the concept of non-existence is existentially terrifying. I get that. It's not a thing that I'm terribly concerned about. People got to deal with that at their own pace. But I see no reason. There's no justification to believe otherwise.
Yeah, but if consciousness is like the fabric of reality, then the stars are its neurons, if you think about it, right?
Well, I don't hold to that, though. And I don't hold to this notion that the universe, in large pictures, looks like a brain. I mean, this is all just, I get it. I get where it comes from, the need to try and draw these connections in order to try. I don't feel, and I'm not trying to be dismissive here. I don't hold to these to such notions because I'm not consumed by the idea that human beings need to be special in the universe, or that we are somehow special in the universe. Yeah. So I hold that we are
true.
So I hold to the evidence that we are products of the system, that there's nothing intended for our existence. We are merely the current result of where the system is going, and that's where we are. So
yep, fair point. Humans aren't special in the ego sense, but awareness itself is. And the fact that we can even question existence already sets consciousness apart from everything else that we can observe, Warren.
But that's not.
I'm not saying that we're cosmic reality.
But we can't say that that's special in the universe, because there could be other intelligent species out there, species that we would consider intelligent, that can do the exact same thing, and maybe they've gotten farther and they've answered questions better than we can, because they're further along in their progress. But it doesn't matter. Just because it's rare on this planet doesn't mean that it's rare in the universe. And it doesn't mean that human cognition is the only way that nature can arrive at these things. The only thing that really makes humans unique is the way we communicate, is the level of, is kind of is how we communicate vocally. Okay. So we're really, really good at that. It's vocalization and communication, transferring complex information to other agents, like that. We get that. But there are other species on this planet that do it just as well as we do, only they just do it differently. Okay, like for
Yeah.
cetaceans
And that's
have their
evolution on a mental level,
hold on a
innit?
second, hold on. Cetaceans have their own language with syntax, grammar, and accents. Okay, like regional dialects and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So just because we can do talkie word noises, doesn't make us
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
this amazingly special organisms in the universe. There are other much older, further evolved organisms that do it just as well, if not better than we do. So I don't.
Yeah, but humans are the ones that do the best storytelling. Maybe we're not the smartest species in the galaxy, but we're storytellers.
No, we're the
We're
best
the best
storytellers. We're the best storytellers that we can communicate with. That what if there are storytellers out there that don't communicate the way we communicate? That would make them terrible storytellers to us. But if they don't take information the way that we give information, we would be terrible storytellers to them.
Yes, that's true. That's true. That's true. But we can come to an agreement, right? That the ancient civilizations were much more smarter than us, right? So if you think of it in that
no, I wouldn't
sense,
say that. I mean,
but they weren't dumb. They weren't dumb, right?
No, technology-wise, they did figure a lot of stuff out, like engineering, building stuff, how to stack, how to stack things and make them stable. Like, yeah, we did have a lot of stuff figured out. They were smarter than we often give them credit for. But they also did stuff like they blamed disease on evil spirits. Okay, so as advanced as they weren't as advanced as some people would like to believe they were, but they weren't as primitive. I mean, there was a time when we were very primitive, but our ancient cultures, especially going back to the Neolithic age, like kind of like the dawn of scientific exploration, we were pretty damn intuitive. A pretty damn intuitive and capable species, but there was a lot of stuff that we didn't know. So
yeah, today we call it infection or energy imbalance, and back then, like you said, they called it evil spirit, right? So it was their way of mapping the invisible. They didn't have microscopes, they didn't have telescopes, so they used the myth to explain what they could feel but not see. So in a way, they were right if you think about it, just using the language of their time. They were much more smarter than us now, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
They were coming up with stories to explain stuff they couldn't explain, and then once we developed the technology to access what they couldn't access, we developed the actual explanations for them, and we discarded the old ancient mythological explanations. That's how that went down.
All right. Yep. True. All right. Well, thank you very much for having me on stage, Warren. I'll let the others come up as well. Thanks for the chat. Have a lovely day.
You as well.
Thank you.
Have a great one. That was good. Cool. Yeah, I was afraid it might have gone south, but it didn't. That was good times. Doggy dog. And Jefferson, thank you, Jefferson. I see you in the live chat there. Feel free to pop in on the stage. Your invite is still open, so appreciate the doggy dog. Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, man? I want to talk about Egypt and consciousness.
Oh, again, really?
I'm just kidding.
I was like, I'm not getting two in one day.
Do you think polarization is the biggest problem right now in the United States, at least?
Yeah.
I know it's a problem other places.
I'm sorry. Just to make sure I heard you right. Did you say polarization?
Yeah.
Yes, I would say it's one of the biggest problems.
Yeah.
I would agree with you. Yes.
All right.
Because it is something that happens naturally through tribalism, but is also something that could be weaponized against the people. So yeah.
So yeah, and my thing is I've been reading this book called Hating by Matt Taibbi, which is pretty good. And he kind of outlines how these media companies, they basically prioritize like outrage and these kind of like addiction cycles over accuracy. So now we're just kind of fucked and we don't have like good journalism anymore, which has also led to the rise of streamers and people looking for alternative sources of info.
I'd agree. Yeah. It's become less about the truth and more about hearts and minds.
Yeah. Yeah. And I notice that like all the time, like, Facebook is kind of for boomers now, but like people on Facebook, they like always, they just can't tolerate a story that has any sort of nuance anymore. And it always has to be like my side is the good guys fighting this like fight against evil, and then people would say like Nazis or, communists if it's on the other side.
I think that like currently we got, it's hard to say. The disinformation has become so widespread, and willful ignorance and willful obtuseness have been made. People have they put forth effort to make them into virtues, which is deeply problematic. I mean, obviously it's problematic for like a whole host of reasons. I personally don't even know where to begin to try and solve all these issues. Like, what route do we pull out of the, like, how do we salvage this garden other than just like burning the garden to the ground and then just starting again, which is not, I don't think is a good move for anybody, but something needs to be done. So I think that the best thing that I can do is have these conversations. And maybe other people will hear them and they'll glean onto them and maybe take them in another direction, but we can't be afraid to not have them, I think is what's important.
Yeah, I agree. I think like the worst timeline is like,
that's right.
Just doesn't get fixed and then it just evolves, you know, like violence increases and all this, you know.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
It
wouldn't be the first time in human history, right? It would just be repeating cycles. So
which is scary,
right?
Yeah. I think if I could take up a bit more time, have you been doing this a while, like these stages?
Yeah, I've been. I was doing the Theist Helpline for a little over a year, and then when I broke away and I started doing my own stage reason, I've been doing this for almost 2 years now.
Nice. Like I'm trying to figure out, like, how do you have these talks without somebody like it devolving into somebody calling you a gay retard or something? Like,
well, it does happen.
Like,
I can tell you that I've been doing it long enough that I can get a sense of where the conversation is going. And if the person intends on trolling me, I kind of know what to listen for. I'm not saying it's perfect. You kind of get like a sense as to the authenticity or the sincerity of the person that you're speaking with. And sometimes they'll surprise you. And then all of a sudden, like right now, I think we're having a good conversation, but you could just jump out and be like, oh, you're gay, retard, libtard, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, or start dropping N-words all over the place. And then I have to pull you off the stage. So it happens, but it's a risk you take.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
My theory is that like text is the easiest like space to be really angry and really mean. And voice is next, and video online, and then in person is the least likely.
Right.
Where you do that. Yeah, I was thinking of trying to start like a Socrates cafe in my local city and see if that's feasible at all, or if it just evolves into stupid conversations.
Hey, yeah, dude, I'm all for it. Any kind of like, say, like if you want to start your own kind of like grassroots symposium, hell yes. Where, like people sit around and they talk and they maintain that civility and just exchange ideas back and forth and then just, take them out. Fuck yes, I'm all for it.
Yeah, that brings you into another problem though, where it's like, how do you deal with people like coming in and talking about like Egypt and like aliens and all this stuff? I mean, to me, that's
I will indulge a conversation for a bit just to see where they're kind of going with it. Because sometimes with conversations like that, sometimes if you let them go on just a little longer than you normally would, they tend to kind of like break down because they tend to start kind of like eating themselves. So you can see where the snake begins eating its tail if you let it just if you just kind of indulge them for a bit. But because they'll start making claims that are just obviously not true. Like, we're getting consciousness from Orion. Really? Is it beaming down from the stars for us like this? So it's kind of like, what are you going to do? But, but on occasion, on the really, really, I would say I myself am very much against the exploitation of mental illness for entertainment. And I get that there are a lot of people out there with some real, very serious problems that the internet is their only outlet. And I understand that, but I feel very exploitative, like putting them up there on a stage, being like, it feels like those old timey freak show, like the old timey, like, sideshows where you're like, let's laugh at the fat person in the cage and throw nickels at him and ha ha ha. They're, stuff like that. It feels very gross to me. So I try my best not to do it and try to avoid it when I come across it. So
yeah,
it's why I don't put it. It's why I don't engage with flat earthers. So
that's fair. I was just gonna say, I think there's a whole spectrum of like weird ass beliefs, but also you don't even get into like kind of like one person like watching Fox News exclusively and one person watching MSNBC exclusively are not gonna there's going to be different realities.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
It's an interesting problem.
Definitely.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thank you,
It's good
bud.
talking,
Appreciate
man.
it. Absolutely. Good talk. Good talk. All right. Who we got next? 5-1 schizophrenic.
Yeah, hello, sir.
How's it going? Let me check your volume real quick. I had you were down a little low. Make sure people can hear you. 5-1. How's it going? What you got for us today?
Yo. Yeah, so I'm a theist, and I think I have like a sound argument for theism, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so the argument goes like, for any x, if x is conceivable, then x is meta.
I should have recognized it. You changed his voice, but it sounded familiar. But yeah, obviously, yeah. Jord, let me bring up an old friend. I haven't seen Jord in a while. Jord, I got you muted.
What is up, JL? How you doing?
How you doing, bud? I'm doing good.
Not bad. I'm doing good as well. I'm a little concerned because I thought you were evidence-based, and I don't understand how you're still an atheist after they arrested the high demon Pazuzu. Did you hear about this? They got him on possession.
I did. Really?
I said they got him on.
Yeah,
possession.
I heard the punchline. Oh, very good.
I'm just joking. Yeah. I really didn't have anything else to say. I just wanted to come joke bomb you. I do that to Toon a lot, so I wanted to do it to you today.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad you
have a good one, homie.
You too, bud.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Later.
Take care. Good kid. I like him. I like it, George. George's been around since the Week in Horror days, and I'm just such a good kid. And he's come a long way. You know, he's doing so well. So really proud of him. Teach kids.
Can you say my full name, please?
Yes, I can. Teach kids to be trans. Baby face, pan, gender, image. I think.
I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Not a problem.
All right, cool. So, quick question. So sometimes when I'm having discussions with people, they'll say something to the effect, like I'll say, ask them for proof on a topic, and instead of like giving the proof for that thing, they'll say, well, what is the explanation otherwise, right? And it's not really like a proof, right? So as they say X is true, I'm like, well, can you prove that X is true? And they're like, well, what's an alternative to X being true? And like, what fallacy is that? Because I know it's bullshit, but I'm not sure like what it's called.
Okay.
Because like I'll talk to a theist, right? And I'll say like God created the universe, and then I say, well, can you prove that? And then they'll say like, well, what's the alternative? And then I have to go into infinite regression, which I can defend that point. But it's still the fact that like that's not proof. They're just pushing it onto me. They can't, like, they're trying to put me on the defensive, but they can't answer for their own opinions. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, if they're holding to the God position because you can't provide an alternative, then that's just an argument from ignorance. It's like, because you haven't proven your position, you haven't proven my position false, or you can't, or you haven't proven your position true, therefore my position is true. So that would just be, but depending on, okay, so at its heart, it's an argument from ignorance. It's an argument from ignorance. But they'll support that by doing a number of different things, which I think you relied on, which is why I was kind of like trying to suss out what it was, because it sounds like they can move around to like an argument for personal incredulity, or they can shift the goalposts and say that you need to be able to explain certain things. If you can't do that, then, you know, stuff like that. There's a number of ways. When they start with the argument from ignorance, the fallacies tend to start stacking up really, really fast in order to try and defend it. So but I think at the heart of that, it's an argument from ignorance.
All right, got it. I think that's everything then. Cool. All right, have a nice day.
Awesome, you're welcome. And yeah, Jefferson Spatchcock just put it in there. Appeal to ignorance, argue from ignorance. Right. I've noticed one that there's a lot of is an argument from emotion, specifically an appeal to consequences fallacy. I see that one a lot. That they don't like what is denoted by the position being true, like say with moral realism, moral anti-realism. If moral anti-realism is the case, then it holds that moral judgments are subjective to the individual, and then they'll draw from that, like, you know, some sort of like non sequitur, like, well, that means all actions become permissible, but it doesn't. And so, but they'll say like, then anybody can do whatever they want. And so, like, they don't like the connotation of that, so it's just an appeal to consequences fallacy. I see that a lot. Bubble bath. I got you muted, bud. Oh, there you go.
Yo, what's up? What's up? I got a quick question for you.
What's
Are
up?
you team bubble bath or team cold shower?
Wait, I'm sorry. Am I team bubble bath or team cold shower?
Yeah, like would you rather have a bubble bath or have a cold shower?
Of those two options, I'd rather have a cold shower.
Okay, that's interesting. Isn't that like cold showers like trigger your fight response and like raise your cortisol up, cause you to focus and tense up your muscles,
Yeah,
increase your blood pressure.
The cold water with the the cold water on the face, like immediately on the face, helps to increase those things through the mammalian diving reflex. It helps to wake you up.
Yeah.
And keep you so.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, it's so I
Because your
prefer
body
that,
thinks
yeah.
you're gonna die.
I prefer that. Yeah.
You prefer your body thinking you're going to die over
Well, I
a
can
nice
use the
relaxing
I can
bubble
use the
bath?
physiological response to improve my alertness, especially if I'm rushing in the morning. A bubble bath is more for like relaxing and for like chilling out, but it takes preparation and time, and that's just not something that I do.
Well, I'm not talking about cold water only on the face, like a full cold shower.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like a full, yeah. I'll especially after a workout, I'll take a cold shower, take as cold a shower as I can make it after an intense workout. But I also don't like bubble baths or I don't like baths in general, because they make me feel
It's dirtier.
No, they make me feel vulnerable. It puts me in a very vulnerable position. I'm in a sitting position. I'm in the tub, usually like, reclined. And I don't like how vulnerable that makes me within that position. Obviously, like you're obviously you're not wearing any clothes. You are submerged in water and you're on your back. And if like, I'm not saying that something would happen. I'm not paranoid enough to think someone's going to break into my bathroom, but that's an extremely vulnerable position to be in. And I don't like being in vulnerable positions. Just like
you say you like taking cold showers after a workout. Like, I get it increases your blood flow, your blood pressure, but like, man, hot showers are so much more relaxing. You just loosen up your muscles, get it like not as tight.
They also dry your skin out. So
I mean, yeah, you dry your skin out with water in general. I mean, I have eczema. I just put on shea butter after.
Yeah. But yeah, we all have our preferences. I think it was just like, years in football, years in wrestling, years in martial arts have just kind of like, that's the habit I'm in. So that's what I prefer.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah.
It's just, kind of started in high school and, or junior high and just kind of went from there. Cool. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. And see, all questions here. We'll answer them all here on the Stage of Reason. So I'm hoping Jefferson Spatchcock or Jay or Jefferson were my special guests today to come and chat. So hopefully if Jefferson or Jay are free. No one with their hands up yet. Let me see what's over here on the chat. We got some love for the jiu-jitsu over here. I love BJJ, which is really cool. Brazilian jiu-jitsu is really awesome. Jiu-jitsu, how to pass the guard. I'm just, like I get that. I'm just not. It's different when you're on a mat as opposed to being in a tub. Okay. A tub is different because lots of hard surfaces, you're in water, you lack leverage. I don't like you with your arms that close to your body. I'm kind of I'm just a widely built guy. So I'm in the tub and I'm like, I don't move well in that kind of like space. So I like judo and aikido as well. Those are the two that I judo, aikido, and Muay Thai and Krav Maga are my favorites. So life is too vulnerable to be real. Interesting. Kind of dig that. I do. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody coming up. Looking good. We still got plenty of time. It's only a little after 11. And of course, if you want to have a chat or have any questions for me, feel free to put your hand up and we can bring you up on the stage. Let me see. Yes, no Orangelo. No Orangelo today thus far. So Yeah, Bob Nodell. I know you're trying to put that evil on us. If he came up and he put his hand up, I'd chat with him. I would. Try not to let it descend into some sort of craziness, but I would. I mean, we could chat. See what's going on here. It seems I've got a little bit of a lull, so I will check out the super chats that have come in. I want to appreciate everybody who's helping out. Let's see, that was Lily and 12 and New UG. No, that was I read that one. And there we go. Timo Lynch for €5 says, concerned, please get a move on that timeline. Get a move on that timeline shifting. This timeline clearly has gone really silly. We are in the silliest timeline. If we can just go back, I'm kind of a proponent of the idea that if we can go back to that zoo, and stop that mother who did what she did and prevent that child from falling in and getting Harambe killed. If we could go back to that point, I think I'm starting to really think I of all the conspiratorial, weird sci-fi nonsense out there on the internet, I kind of like that one the most. That was where the timeline diverged and we just entered the stupidest, most absurd timeline. Like, things have gotten progressively more absurd since then. Now we have a president who is to the point that Harambe gets shot, all the way to the point here in 2025 where we have a president who is openly defying the Constitution that he was sworn to uphold. So, openly just in defiance of it. So, that's where we're currently at. And I think that we are in the most absurd timeline. And it will only get more absurd. A friend of mine likes to say that we are in the most absurd timeline because we are in the timeline where we did not destroy ourselves with nuclear weapons. And since we developed them, but we didn't destroy ourselves with them, ever since then, we have progressively gotten more and more absurd as time has gone by. And so that is why our timeline is so absurd, because we didn't wipe ourselves out with nukes. So, which is just absurd that we didn't do that, Let me see. Make sure today's community cares much about the Epstein files. Yes, that is a yes, OP. OPFX, yes, we do. We do care as much about the Epstein files as everyone else. Jefferson raising his hands. Mr. Spatchcock.
Howdy.
Good to see you.
I like your avatar. You all in on Black Phone 2?
Oh, shit, yes, I am. Dude, Ethan Hawke.
Have you seen it yet?
I have not yet, but Ethan Hawke is off the chain. Angela and I are watching The Lowdown, which is his new show on Hulu, and it is amazing.
Yeah, he's great in that. My Hulu and Disney stuff lapsed, but it lapsed plus canceled due to the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing. That pissed me off. But I'm thinking about signing up with family, going in and getting some kind of group thing to get it back. Mostly because I just missed that show.
Right, and I feel so bad. I was going to cancel. My wife and I were both going to cancel. We were. Once they announced,
and then you got into that show.
We're done. But the problem was there was one episode left in the Alien Earth series, for the first season of Alien Earth. There was one. Crap went down the week before the season finale. And I'm like, I am not canceling this and missing the damn season finale after 8 weeks of waiting and watching this series build up like this. I want to see the series finale. And then the series finale aired, but then they managed to they shorted up, they reinstated him, and then the series. I was like, okay, is there a reason to cancel now? I could just do it out of
sure.
Yeah, I could be like, I could do it out of principle.
Reason.
I do it on principle, but I wanted to see it, and I wanted to see that season finale. So.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the few times that I kind of jumped on a bandwagon like that, because I was just because the reaction offended me so much. It was such a weak. It was a bunch of weak tea. There was no real reasons behind any of it, and the fact that Disney was like, "Well, I guess we're just going to have to let them." I'm like, this would not happen if this was on the other side. There was a guy that was just advocating for the wholesale execution of homeless people on another network. And he was like, hey, maybe don't say that during,
broadcast hours.
Say it after 11 p.m. or something,
Crazy.
I just watched Black Phone yesterday.
The first one?
Yeah. I'd seen it before when it first came out, but I saw it again yesterday. Man, he's good in that.
He's so good. I know, right? So freaky. Let me see here. What is this? Somebody put something in the side chat. about atheists, and it was this.
Oh, I did want to point out that your Harambe timeline smacks suspiciously familiar to Ridley Scott's concept with Prometheus, and that, Jesus was one of the engineers,
right?
And then we executed him, and then they had to come and kill us.
And then they just, it was like, so they're unsalvageable.
Yeah, it'd be like, well, it turns out Harambe was an extraterrestrial messiah that we assassinated, and then because we didn't protect him, his homeworld buddies are coming here to, for a little reckoning.
Saint Tony Aquinas said in the side chat, I guess just something from PMAR, said atheism is for people who went through trauma or didn't grow out of their edgy phase. I was a nerd. No. I was a nerd, and I never had an edgy phase. I had a cowboy phase because I lived in Texas. So I I had a cowboy hat. I had like my Stetson and my Wranglers.
I thought those were issued to you guys at birth.
I was a transplant from California, so they were kind of like,
oh, okay.
So they were pushed upon me, but I had my cowboy phase. But I didn't have an edgy phase, and I did not go through religious trauma. I didn't go through any trauma, and the reason I left the church was because I reasoned myself out of it by recognizing that it's nonsense. So already, I think the same is true for you, Jefferson. I mean, no trauma on your end, and I don't think you had an edgy phase. Did you have an edgy phase?
Like kind of the angry atheist phase, you mean?
No, like I would just, were you edgy at any point? Were you kind of like, I'm too cool. I wish my lawn were emo so it would cut itself,
Yeah, but I did have an edgy phase, but it was when I was a young conservative.
I see.
And a lot of young conservatives are motivated in the same way. They just refuse to admit it. They think that it has to be more demonstrable. But if you read like what's the guy? Thomas, blanking on his last name, but he wrote one of his last books was Listen Up, Liberal. He started out as a young Republican when he was in college, and this would have been during the early 80s. And he was also a big fan of punk music. Well, he started to kind of analyze this as he got older and realized that, these guys that would wear suits, these young guys that would wear suits 24/7, like they were Mormon missionaries or something on campus, it was no different than dressing up like a goth. It was really kind of, or like doing punk or something like that. It was all this kind of demonstrable tribal signaling stuff. And so there was not much of a difference. And when I read that, I was like, yeah, he's exactly right. Because for me, it was kind of the same thing. It was sort of a way to be contrarian and sort of clash. And the majority of conservatives that I had known back then were kind of like that. It was kind of put on, like there was a lot, like most of the stuff that happens now where people just say horrendous, like the young Republican text that came out. Like, of course they're saying that.
Right.
They're just turning up the volume amongst themselves because this is all just signaling. That's been happening since I was a young Republican, and that would have been back in the late 90s through the early aughts. So
let me see here. Well, Saint Tony Aquinas. This would be two examples of how you're wrong on this one. So no religious trauma. Nobody. Of course, like I was raised in the Methodist faith, not the Catholic faith. So and my pastor was.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I didn't have any trauma. I did have drama when I was in a Christian church, but that didn't cause me to sway in any way from my belief in a God,
right?
Specifically belief in the Christian God. It had no effect on that at all. It wasn't until later on that in fact, it was 15, 20 years later that I started to question, the validity of arguments for God.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was, I wound up, I think I left the church because of hypocrisy that I saw in the behavior of the congregation and how it wasn't being called out, and that concerned me. And I began to realize, it's like, well, quite possibly the church itself doesn't know, so they may not have the answers. But my faith persisted for a long time, and I failed to recognize how deep those roots of indoctrination go to that point. So, Tony Aquinas says, I was joking. Oh, okay. So I do genuinely believe that theism versus atheism debate needs to be reproached because they just become pointless. I would half agree with you, Tony. Half agree. I believe that I do hold it. Yes, I agree with you. They can become pointless if they get bogged down in semantics and other nonsense stuff so that people can avoid getting to, so people will do that to avoid getting to a point. That they tend to like drag it down into semantics so that they don't have to deal with the consequences of the position that they hold, or they don't have to like expend themselves trying to defend a position they know is indefensible. That I see happening a lot. Andrew Wilson does that crap. So
yeah, I would put a point on it too. I don't think that generally if somebody's going to have philosophers have those kinds of discussions all the time between atheism as a position versus theism as a position. But what happens more and more on the internet is it's not an argument. It's not that kind of argument. It's atheists versus theists. And more than likely, more so atheists versus Christians / Muslims / etc. And it's more about trying to figure out which one's worse.
Right.
And that's not really that's not part of the great debate per se, unless you get into things like, well, if you're a Christian and you believe in fruits of the spirit, why am I seeing actions A, B, and C throughout Christianity? That's probably a valid point, but you're getting uncomfortably close to making the debate about which group's better rather than which position sounds more reasonable, or even if it's not more reasonable, which one is yours and what is your rationale for it?
Right.
Those shouldn't be that controversial to talk about, and they shouldn't be that fraught with the kind of anger and stuff that you see popping up. And most of that anger, I'm gonna direct a lot of that anger is being expressed by the people professing to be theists. So tribal gauntlet thrown down. I'm a hypocrite. Come get me.
Let me see here real quick. John Fabiano says, have you heard from DDJL? Is he still irrelevant? He is as irrelevant as he has always been. There is no point to him. I think he's off and on TikTok, but I don't hear much out of him. Obviously, I think even Tom Rabbit doesn't really cover him that much anymore. I think that the hot air has gone out of that balloon. And so it's just kind of like, I think people are done with it. They've moved on to the next thing. Gary cannot compete with the likes of Crowder and like Shapiro and Waters, like whatever. So like he can't compete with the talking heads of today, that are just louder and I would say more articulate than he is, and better at the rhetoric. He's a one-trick pony who has been going for the better part of like 15 years. So there's like no point to him anymore.
He's demonstrated time and time again that he doesn't even understand the concept, the entailments of his own stuff.
Darth is a server member here. You cannot say his name here.
Okay.
Oh.
As though like his real name.
As though nobody knew it. Like it's like at this point, fine. Okay, whatever. Okay. First off, let me bring.
I didn't even hear you say. Did you say his first name?
Yeah, I said the G word.
Oh,
all right.
You said the G word.
I said the G word. All right. I want to bring up Jay. Good to see you, Jay. The invitation to hold for you to come up on stage because I haven't had you on a stage. I want to make sure I got your volume good. Excellent. And we do have somebody with their hands up. Vel, I see you there. Valerie Yavira, I think is how you pronounce that. And I want to make sure I got through this. And I want to say, hi, Luna Knight. Good to see you. The forbidden G word. That's right. The forbidden G word. Music by Brian. Good to see you as well. Colorado Biker Prepper. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Turtle Moves 3014 sent £2. Says, shame the rapture didn't happen. Kent's still here. That's true. But I mean, and I have to agree with Music by Brian, who said Kent wouldn't be raptured. He's not really a Christian. I would also agree with that. So thank you so much for the support there. Turtle Moves, Captain Butt, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. John Fabiano, appreciate you being here. And I want to make sure that we get to as many people on the stage as possible. Welcome, Jay.
Hey, there was somebody who asked in the Stage of Reason chat here in Discord if you would ever be willing to debate Cliff Connectly.
Oh, I would debate Cliff in a heartbeat. Depends on what he wants to debate on, but I would debate him. Oh, yeah. He's easy. He's easy. Cliff doesn't have
something soft and fluffy and sweet.
Oh yeah. Cliff is easy. He doesn't have like dealing with Cliff Connectly or someone like like those individuals do not have the kind of rhetoric, like the rhetorical aptitude that a lot of Philbro, political whatever, like, he's no Shapiro, he's no Destiny, he's no, Andrew Wilson. I don't have to worry about that crap. I can get him on the basics, on like the foundational tenets of like, logic and philosophy alone. All I have to do is like, it is so easy to do, just to divest of that. But, well, yeah, Shapiro's not brilliant, Andrew. He's not brilliant, but he is. I will give him that. He's a rhetorical wizard, and so he can, the blizzard of bullshit that he spews is pretty impressive. Jay Jefferson, is it me or is Shapiro kind of like fallen off lately? Is he losing his luster, or is he losing his? Because he hasn't been doing as well.
It seems like he's I don't know what's going on. I mean, I've kept up with it a little bit, but
well, did you ever see that video where he got owned by that English news journalist?
He was a conservative one.
Yeah. Rationality Rules did
that was Kirk. Was that Charlie Kirk?
No, it was several years ago, but Rationality Rules kind of covered it recently.
Okay,
and yeah,
gotcha.
this conservative British journalist TV type had him on and kind of wrecked him.
I did see the spanking that Charlie Kirk got from that when he went out to Oxford. I'm like, that was not bright on his part. I found that deeply entertaining.
I know that the Daily Wire had run into some like financial issues they were dealing with, but it seems like in the kind of current zeitgeist of things, what with Candace Owens kind of churning up this, these conspiracy theories surrounding CK's death.
Yeah.
I don't think Shapiro has weighed in on it one way or the other, at least not forcibly, and he's just sort of like, I don't know, because he's not glow in the dark crazy right now. He's not that popular.
Oh, come on. Space is fake and gay. Dinosaurs are fake and gay. Candace, she's just struggling at this point, I swear.
She is. Yeah.
All right. Let me bring up Veleriava. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Vel. Let me bring up Vel. Make sure that we can hear Vel.
Howdy.
How's it going? Make sure I got your volume where I need it. So can you hear us okay?
I'm hearing you good. How's it going?
Excellent. Doing well. So, you a believer? What you got for us today?
Oh, well, I was going to throw in like a conversation from the side chat. I was kind of making the point, and I'm curious what you guys' thoughts are on this, that faith, as it's like more colloquially understood from both theists and atheists, has a lot to do with conviction and confidence rather than something exclusive to theists or excluded from atheists.
I would agree it deals with conviction and confidence. I would agree that from an etymological standpoint, that's where the original Greek goes to, which is the words in that I believe is elekchos, hypostasis, and pistis. And the context of that is that these are things that are held as being true, despite the inability to demonstrate them to be true to others. They're held to be true because people really, really, really hope that they are true, or want them to be true, desire them to be true, or wish them to be true. And that denotes the distinction between gnosis and pistis that the Greeks held, that there was a distinction between knowledge that one had, that knowledge that there was statements that one held to be true, even though they didn't know them to be true because they had not been revealed by the gods as true. Because gnosis was information that was revealed by the gods. So that's how we knew things to be true about reality, is that's how it was originally formulated, was that the gods revealed information, and that's how we knew things to be true. And then there was stuff that you wanted to be true, that you hoped was true, but you didn't actually know was true because it wasn't revealed by the gods. So that's ancient thinking. So nowadays, I would say I agree with you. It's about conviction and confidence in things that they want to be true, or they really hope is the case, but they can't demonstrate it to actually be the case.
That conviction and confidence does mirror what you were talking about, like from the ancient roots, where it's like kind of like a sense in which when a person has that conviction and confidence, they're believing in something as if it was like kind of guaranteed or afforded by the gods.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They did. And I would say, and the Greeks, I would hold, given the context of it, I would say that they would hold, they hold it to be just as true as the sun rises, So like the sun rises, this is a fact about reality. We know this because the gods allow us to know, so they reveal it to us, or however they want to articulate that. That's what denotes it as gnosis. But because they use the term in the original Koine, because they use the term pistis there, it's understood that the context that they were saying is that these are things that they may hold them to be the case, but they can't necessarily demonstrate them to be the case. So it's different. It's knowledge coming from themselves instead of knowledge coming from the gods, which is how we know it to be the actual case. So I think that's an important distinction that is often left out when using it in its most colloquial sense, like today. And I know that a lot of people can say that's an etymological fallacy because context change, words are, polysemous, whatever. But I think it's important to note that there's things you can hold that you can hold as being true in virtue of information that you reject or you refuse to engage with through willful ignorance or just being obtuse. Sure, you could do that, but it doesn't mean that it actually is true about external reality, which is where knowledge comes from and how we get the distinction between knowledge and belief. So I would say that's the important distinction that a lot of colloquial usage kind of like leaves at the side. Like they leave it at the door so they don't have to address it.
Would you contend that external reality is based both in like empirical facts and also in the reception of empirical facts, where there's like not a strict kind of like externality to it, but an externality that's facilitated within the mind of the observer or measurer or that sort of thing?
Okay, so to put it in a nutshell, I hold that there is an external reality that does exist independent of our minds, and that the interface we have with that reality is our subjective internal experience, and that the statements we make about that perceived reality are probabilistic in nature, and that the methodology we use increases or decreases the probability of the truth of the statements we make about that perceived reality. That's what
I'd say I'm in full agreement there.
Yeah. What about you guys? Jay, Jefferson?
As far as the general take on faith? Sorry, I was responding to a comment.
About the external reality not being like kind of a static thing, but instead being like something that facilitates like subjective inquiry, wherein I think that Jay put it very eloquently, where he said that it's based on the method. So it's like how you go about deriving external facts that are independent of you makes all the difference in whether those facts are really, concrete about the mind independent world.
Yeah, because there's obviously positions like solipsism where every fact you're deriving from your experience of the external is only reinforcing the idea that it's all in your head. So yeah, I think that is useful to think about. But I think one interesting thing as a thought experiment for people that might be prone to things like solipsism or wondering whether or not this idea of exploring the external is noting that a lot of what we see, I think there's a tendency for people to think of themselves as permanent in all cases. Like especially when they're talking about objective and subjective realities per se and our experience of them, they tend to think of themselves as, well, I'm this and I'm concretely this and that's it. But scientifically, human beings are a process. You are a biological, biochemical, physical process. You change and alter throughout your life. Thinking of yourself as something that dynamic, I think can help somebody realize that just because there are things that are not permanent in an objective reality, an objective external reality doesn't make that reality any less objective. It just means it's dynamic.
I'm with you on that, and I would extend that to the systems too. Like where a person appeals to a truth that's already established, like where they say like truth is objectively established in the Christian system, that itself is in like a dialectic movement where it's like, even if they fully believe that as a Christian, for that really to be mind independent, they have to find some way to like rhetoricize and make that appeal to a non-Christian. And that's where it's like, it's like you could say the dialectics ended in you, but it still plays out in others. So at the end of the day, that would be the marker of the concrete, is whether it's like going to unilaterally apply or just apply for you.
There's also just sort of a kind of a pragmatic sense of it. I think Simon Blackburn talked about this, like, how do we know that everybody around us isn't a robot or isn't a zombie? Well, the problem with that, basically, how do you safeguard against solipsism? And at one point, I might be getting this wrong. It might not have been Blackburn, but it was sort of like, well, what difference does it make to your experience if they are? If your experience, like, there's still an external reality. What's happening is that they want to say, well, there's kind of this instinct to think, well, if this is all happening in my head, I either one, don't have to worry about it because it's not real, which does not follow, and two, I have some control over it, which also does not follow, because if you're not a permanent entity, being sustained by some kind of cosmic force or deity, you are a biologically, biochemically evolving, changing, growing, slowly dying thing, and your experience of external reality, maybe these other agents that you're experiencing aren't really the same as you, but for all intents and purposes, there's no way for you to be able to deny that. So you'd be better off as acting as if they were. The more charitable thing to do is to acknowledge that if you come to this conclusion about yourself, it stands to reason that the other entities that you're meeting are also experiencing something similar, maybe not identical, but something similar. So I don't know if that's really relevant to where you were going with that. But
I think it hits at a good nuance. Good stuff.
Awesome.
I like how you kind of threw in what to me came across as some Buddhist themes, like where you were talking about like the self as being in transit. That to me strikes as like kind of anatta based, where it's like the Buddhists will say that, when you're seeing all this transitory form and you think like I can control it and, make it what I want it to be, that would be, like a failure to see the nature of anatta, a failure to see that your desire is also part of this exhaustive process that's kind of playing out through the phenomena and, and not really having any fixed existence. And and that has, everything to do with control. Like that's kind of the psychological drive behind it.
Well, and to get a jab in at Darth Dawkins, once more, one of the things that he frequently says that doesn't get enough pushback is he says that not only is God the necessary foundation and essentially the starter of all of reality, but he is the necessary sustenance of it. He is the sustainer of that existence. But if you listen to the way he talks about the things in existence, he talks about them as if God created individuals as if they're a painting. Well, if you're a work of art, some work of creation from God, you're melting. God is sustaining your active melting as you age and that's being very uncharitable to the process. I think that there's benefit throughout the entire process, but I think he would have a problem with that. God is sustaining a human being not as a static piece of creation that he had in his head, but as an evolving, changing, dynamic entity over a period of time until it eventually expires. The only way you can get to something close to what Darth is talking about is if you believe that humans have souls that don't change. And then you've opened up an entirely new can of philosophical, frankly, it's just a bag of rabbit holes at that point. Like pick one, dive into it infinitely. Yeah.
I'd go so far as to say that once you get to that point that Darth Dawkins has gotten to there, that you're getting into a territory that like kind of classical theists are totally inequipped to handle. And one which, really like only has its place in maybe like strict Buddhism. Like Buddhism offers like some ideas of like, what is this, like kind of, I guess, mechanism behind the incarnation, where it's like you have, say, like a part of you that will be, liberated under the right conditions. But, nonetheless, like you don't go from that all the way down to like, therefore, God has predestined everything to be good in life. And, I just have to be a faithful Christian, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And I completely agree that generally, if you start to import philosophical ideas, especially about spirituality from the East, and present that to at least people here in a lot of these discussions where they're trying to really push something like a view of classical theism, or the objective reality of the God of classical theism with his attribute set, and you start throwing some of those notions at it, it really starts to kind of stir the pot for them. They'll just come back, and they'll end up really just sort of digging in. The retreat is into dogma, where and maybe it is for certain Buddhists too, but if it's a Buddhist that's into something like, say, mindfulness exercises or mantras or something like that, most of the writings you see on that, they're talking about dynamic changes of mind, which is usually the opposite of somebody just sort of reasserting their dogmatic position and just digging in.
Where their dogma would be libel. Like, it's like, if they're going to be like a really stuck up Buddhist, then, that mindfulness, may be like a point where it's like, you're not even going to be able to do the mindfulness if you're still going to be stuck up in your convictions. Like, how are you going to get in a peaceful state of mind if you're constantly occupied with all these ideas?
Why did I suddenly have a mental image of like a Jain looking at the Buddhist and be like, you're so stuck up? Like the two of them just bow as they pass. They just walk past one another, and the Jain's like, God, he's so stuck up. And like the Buddhist is like, he's so sensitive.
Yeah.
Just so unnecessarily passive aggressive as they just walk by each other. Don't say a word. Oh, so good. I don't.
Thanks for having me up. I'll probably go. I'm at work, so I'm going to go take care of some things.
Awesome. I appreciate you coming up, bud.
Good talking to you, though.
Thank you.
Good talking to you. Have a nice day, guys.
You too.
You too.
All right. Well, there was somebody. Okay, Saint Tony Aquinas has their hand up, and I'll bring him up. We sadly we lost Satanic, the Satanic worshiper, who apparently is a big fan of Jefferson Spatchcock. Want to tell you how wrong you were.
Hold on, I'm set up correctly.
I was interested to hear why and about what.
It's kind of.
I thought because it was right after I started talking about Simon Blackburn, so maybe I did get the wrong.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So 2 days ago, I got my wisdom teeth taken out. So just you're gonna I'm gonna sound brain dead, but I'm not.
Oof. How many did you have removed?
I don't know. I think it was 2. It's not that bad, but I don't feel like talking that fast.
Were they impacted, or had they fully erupted?
Oh, they were impacted.
Oh, ouch! Mine had erupted, so they just were able to yank them. But so mine didn't require surgery. Ouch.
Yeah. Well, I get to eat ice cream now. So
there you go.
I got the laugh.
Every silver lining.
You asked earlier what happened to Ben Shapiro, and I want to be honest with you. It's his lack of criticism of Israel.
I noticed that like kind of the shine is kind of coming off of him, and that like rhetorically he just hasn't been as on point as he used to, and I couldn't tell if it was people just getting bored with him, and he's trying to keep up with the change, as to try and reinvent himself, and he's trying to adapt, and he's not adapting well. Like, he found his niche. But the internet environment, those natural selection pressures are intense, and if you can't adapt quickly enough, you will die. And I think that may be what's happening to him.
Do you know who? I assume you know who Nick Fuentes is.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So he was caused by people's lack of ability to answer his questions, and Ben Shapiro still can't answer the question, why is Israel sending a bunch of missiles into a bunch of civilians? And he's just going, well, October 7th, and that's not where the conflict started.
Of course he does. I will agree. Yeah.
And once he can't answer that, they're just going to fall into a rabbit hole of stuff, and that's where people fall off the Ben Shapiro wagon.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and it does seem like, this whole thing with, Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes kind of having this moment of solidarity in questioning, what really happened to CK, who's responsible. It's sort of, the spotlight's kind of shifted to them to kind of prove their case and react, and then by extension reactions to it. And it seems to me, maybe I'm wrong, Shapiro seems to have stayed kind of outside of that entire discussion. Like, he's just sort of hands off.
Yeah,
I don't think he's weighed in on it at all, right?
Now he just interviews Benjamin Netanyahu and cheers on Trump.
What is this timeline? Candace Owens
speaking power to truth.
Candace Owens is palling with Nick Fuentes.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene is
Marjorie
making
Taylor
sense.
Greene Marjorie Taylor Greene is like starting to like sound rational, and it's like what is happening? Absurd.
I'm gonna talk about theism for a second. Why I'm a theist? Well, I have a couple baseline and then a couple really weird arguments for Roman Catholicism. So I'm obviously just going to do the dependency. What's the universe dependent? I'm just going to like get direct to it. What's the universe dependent on? Whether or not that's a presupposition with infinite regress theory, that does not matter to me.
So, okay. So the only response I have to that is that there's no evidence that the universe that the universe in and of itself had a beginning. And that there is an origin point to observability, to our ability to observe the universe, which is what we call the misnomer, the Big Bang. That's where observability begins. But that doesn't state that the universe in and of itself began to exist. The universe being defined as the sum total of all things that exist. So we're talking about the state of the universe, the state of energy could be in a state that is unquantifiable by human metrics, or it is unobservable. So we don't have access to it, but it still is there, is the whole thing. So there's no evidence to indicate that it had a beginning. The most parsimonious answer would be that it has always existed and will always exist. It just changes states. So the states that are in are brutally contingent. So
with that,
so I mean, I don't know where you get to you need to posit the universe has a beginning and needed to have that initial the initial thing that caused the universe, when I see no evidence to say that it was.
With that, I get caught up on motion because, I mean, what put the first objects in motion? Because I know it wasn't a motionless object and it wasn't another object in motion.
Unless, so if we're talking about so the problem is that I get the notion of Newton's laws, but these things don't apply in states in a quantifiable way in states prior to observability. So here's let me see if I can best analogize this. This is the best analogy that's ever been given to me. When we're talking about prior states of the universe, okay, in those fields, essentially what we're doing is we're measuring all the way back, and then we encounter a brick wall. The brick wall goes infinitely up, infinitely down, and infinitely out to the sides. Okay, so what we're trying to do in these fields of science is hypothesize about the states of the universe on the other side of the wall based upon what we know on this side of the wall. So that's all we can do. All right. The problem is what's on the other side of the wall, the math that we have on this side pretty much is unquantifiable. We cannot cogently talk about those states. We can hypothesize about what they might be in terms that we recognize on this side, but ultimately it's just speculation. It's mathematically backed hypotheses, but we can't demonstrate any of them to be true. So we can't say that the laws of physics or Newton's laws of motion or Newton's whatever, the laws that we've identified, we cannot say that they hold the exact same in the same quantifiable way on the other side of the wall that they do on this side of the wall. So
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So to say that what was the first motion? Well, what is motion if all things exist at one point and there's no way to distinguish between them because everything is just the potential for it's just energy potential, right?
At that point, I like to say it's reasonable to believe in a god, but what sold me on Roman Catholicism is to an extent
is the very tall hats.
To an extent, yeah, it's objective beauty. Latin is the universal language of the church, and it's the summit of all Romance languages. Gothic architecture is also it's awesome, and you would notice that Rome is the summit of all Western culture, and I think God would choose the papacy, which is the most efficient form of government, to be the summit of all culture to transform the world, and that would be what draw me towards there.
Yeah, I mean, you could trace that kind of architectural style back to Rome. You could also, but I mean, they took a lot of influence from Greece as well. So that kind of Greco-Roman architecture, I'm a big fan of it. I mean, obviously, it's all over our own capital here in the United States. I get the aesthetics of it. and I also get the community concept. Those are not the things that terribly concern me. My idea is like for individuals to state that this thing exists as though it is a concrete thing external of human minds is deeply problematic. Because then there's the implication that there's rational justification to believe that it is true. And I would like my goal for the stuff that I do here is intellectual honesty. Is like, can we acknowledge that these are concepts that are held to be true but cannot be demonstrated to be the case, and that people hold to them for very specific reasons that don't necessarily provide rational justification, but may provide them some utility, psychological, emotional, whatever, social utility, whatever. I agree with some of that, okay? But I don't think that's equivalent to making statements about external reality. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, sure, yeah. I know what you're saying. And then my brain is slow right now, so that's about all I can talk about. My
That's
mouth's
okay.
starting to hurt.
All good, but I appreciate you coming up.
Oh.
Just tell you what, I do this every third Sunday of the month. Every third Sunday, you're more than welcome to come up again, and we can bring him up. We can continue the conversation when you're feeling better.
Did you used to be on PNR with Xerxes?
I was, yes. I was on there until he left, and like he left for a month, and then he kind of like lost his mind, and then came back and was all of a sudden he was a tradcath. It was just that the situation with him got really, really bad, and I've heard some really terrible things after the fact. But I haven't engaged with him in a long time.
His account's deleted.
Huh?
His account is deleted now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it got, I mean, pretty much everybody turned against it. There were some allegations that came out that were really, really bad. And so I think he just kind of like dipped out and whatever. But the guys, I mean, obviously there's a lot of problems there. He never engaged with me on anything. I offered to be a kind of an ear to listen to whatever he had going on if he wanted to talk, but he never really wanted to. He just wanted to promote his new tradcath position. So I really can't say much.
All right. Have a good day.
You too, bud. Take care.
Take care. Enjoy that ice cream. For
Lieutenant Dan,
for
Lieutenant Dan ice cream.
JL, I should let you know. I don't know if he's still here. Yes, the vegan vicar showed up, and I haven't seen that name in a minute.
The vegan vicar.
I'm the vegan vicar. Yeah. They're not. I don't think they're asking for a hand up. So, but I currently have them blocked because they dropped me some DMs that devolved into something truly crazy.
Oh, is that person?
Yeah, the one that gets like threatening.
Oh, I think
the more you disagree with them, it starts.
Yeah, that's that same whack job. Yeah, I think I had to block them too. Yeah, he's fucking nuts.
Are these?
I just got a notification.
Are these like vegan conversations, or like for veganism or vegetarianism?
No, it was about. Well, you know what? I can't remember if it was a combination of like religious and veganism or what.
I think I just got downright. I think I just got downright like offensive, like how I actually join in with my dog and tearing apart a wild chicken or something like that. I don't.
You had a very different response to mine.
I don't know. I'm
when I'm hungry, I just go full timber wolf.
I start every day with a bucket of blood. You understand me?
just full pet cemetery.
Yeah. It's blood soup. Oh, really? Can I get the recipe? Yeah, it's blood.
A, B, or O, because
I guess you got to specify.
Because I'm deep into parasocial relationships.
A's a little gamey for my taste.
You want that O for that clean finish. A, B if you want something a little zesty.
And B just doesn't settle right. Sometimes it just kind of.
Yeah. B positive gives me gas.
All right, let me see. I think King had their hand up, but I can bring them back up. I don't know if you're still available, King. I said you put your hand down.
Well, he's quite involved. He was involved with in a conversation with Leo there in the chat here in Discord.
Yeah.
Leo, let me see. I got a bunch of messages hidden from likely spammer. Okay, the person said I solved all of physics. So yeah, I'm not believing that for a second.
I saw that. I was like, really?
Why?
Wait, what did they say?
He said I solved all of physics. Like,
Oh,
why do I not believe you?
Terrence Howard alert. Terrence Howard
Terrence
alert
Howard.
level 1.
1 × 1 = 2. There are people who believe this. They believe it. They believe that Terrence Howard has broken reality. 1 × 1 = 2. Freaking psycho.
He wishes he could. Yeah, too bad. I loved him in Hustle
Terrence
and Flow.
Howard's the man.
All right. Well, we got this little bit of a lull. I got a new super chat. £2 from the new UG says Christian God is in the Epstein files. Discuss. There's a prompt.
I haven't seen the Epstein files, so I can't really have nothing to discuss.
Yeah, Jesus, Hashem, Yahweh, whatever your name is. You want to explain yourself, sir? Why were you on that plane so many damn times?
Ben Stada, would you like to comment on these charges we've seen?
I was going to make a really bad joke, but I'm not going to do it.
Well, God is omnipresent, so he was on the plane and on the island.
That's
all
a good
the time.
point. He was watching
And
it
if
happen.
you're Darth Dawkins, he was actively he's actively sustaining all of that reality.
God is
He
all,
has to.
God
All of
God
that
is
reality.
always in the empty cuck chair.
Yeah.
He's always in
You
the
guys notice that is that cushion sacked out, or is somebody sitting there? What's going on?
God is effectively, by definition, God is the empty cuck chair. That's
Yeah,
what he
kind of
is.
is.
Just always there, always present. All right. So thank you so much for that super chat. So thank you for all the super chats, everything coming in. Like I said, and I told Jefferson, I told Jay that there is a special surprise if we hit the goal. I don't normally set goals for live streams, but I did set one for this one because there is something special that I would like to do. If we hit the goal. But if we don't, that's fine. There's no pressure. People don't need super chat. But if we do, I will let everybody know. But I don't want to say too much about it because I'll spoil it. Okay, because it is a video. I haven't watched it, but if we hit the goal, then I'll let everybody know. And I'm hoping that if we do, one or both of you will still be here because you'll understand if we hit the goal. Like you'll understand. Okay, so I just want to say.
I don't know. I'm really tired, man.
What's the is the goal?
Sleep
Is the
when
goal
you're
the number of
raptured.
live viewers, or is the yeah, sleep when you're dead? What is the goal? Is it a super chat goal?
It's a super chat goal, yeah. And
I see what you're saying. Why don't you just come right out and say it? Is it a super chat goal? Here it comes.
You've been learning you've been getting some bad habits from Taco, and you're shilling shit.
It's only I never do this. Like I never do this.
I know you don't.
I never.
I
do
know you
this.
don't.
But for this one, and you'll understand why when I explain it. If I explain it, if I wind up explaining it, you'll understand why. Thank you so much. Got 1 second. I just muted myself. Mark. Oh, is it Mark Rothen Bueller? 6232. Thank you so much for $5 super chat. I want to see something special. And you will. Like if we hit that that goal, you will definitely see something special. And I think it will be fun. If we hit the goal. So I do appreciate it. If we don't worry. If we don't, I'm not just gonna like disappear it. It would just be revealed in another way, in a more formal way, maybe in a video or something of that nature. But I want to do something fun for y'all. But also make it worth my while. You'll understand why, because I'll explain. I promise. I don't want to give too much away. What do we got going on the side chat here? Blah 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 da 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 da. Andrew and Leo Phileas cooking people.
Oh shit.
Yeah. At first, I thought, given that we were talking about drinking blood, I thought you might have been like literal. Like, what? Whoa.
Just literally
They have
engaging
really taken and what Leo has taken a very different philosophical path, I see.
human cat, just long pig. And PMAR's angry.
Oh my god.
Oh, and with the Loki racism as well. Well done, PMAR's.
That
well
was
done.
good job,
Mars.
That's just awesome right there, man.
Wow.
Congratulations.
With the
Not just sprinting to get canceled.
How do you tell everybody you're a twit without saying you're a twit?
Well,
an asshole.
I mean, the guy did confirm, like he confirmed. I don't know if you guys you are aware, you know that PMARS is a confirmed motherfucker, right?
Motherfucker. Yeah,
Jay
he's a confirmed
knows.
motherfucker.
Jefferson, did you know this?
Confirmed.
Like
I thought I might have mentioned this to you. It was maybe I didn't, but it was. Yeah, it might just want to pull up the video since we're in a lull and show him.
Well, okay, so
this isn't just some cringy edgelord argument he threw out there, and he's like,
no. Okay, so
well, it wouldn't be wrong for me to fuck your mother.
I'm in the Discord right now, so I can't, like, in case we get a hand up, I can't pull the video. I don't want to screw anything up, but I can tell you this.
Yeah, okay.
Taco made a short of it because I requested it must be cut as a short, so I could definitely share that with you. But in essence, PMARS made the claim that deductively valid arguments are the true, are sound. They're true. So if it's deductively valid, it therefore equates as truth. Okay.
That's not dangerous at all. Okay.
So I said premise was okay. So if that's the case, premise 1, all young earth creationists and presuppositional apologists have sex with their mothers. Premise 2, PMARS is a young earth creationist and presuppositional apologist. Conclusion, PMARS has sex with his mother. Only I was a bit more indelicate in how I presented this. And I said that syllogism is deductively valid. Does that make it true? And he just straight up said yes.
Yeah, that was funny.
He just bit the bullet.
Well, I guess
yep, it's true.
I guess it has to be true. I mean, you cast a spell on him, is what he's trying to say, JL. That's what deductive reasoning is. You put it in a syllogism, you speak it into existence, it makes it so.
Oh, the crown dude is saying, can you give the inference rules?
The inference rules on that one, that's modus ponens, isn't it?
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty basic syllogism.
Basic syllogism. You know, the conclusion follows from the premises.
That is not an accurate representation of what happened. Actually, it is. I watched the video. It's not a bad summation.
Oh, he said a premise is a fact. That's not true either. A premise doesn't have to be a fact.
No, it doesn't.
Those are not mutually inclusive.
Yeah. Oh, he's sharing that shit. It is the same guy. The final instruction sheet for humanity. The vegan vicar.
Oh,
he shared it again.
Doesn't it devolve into him being like the king of lots of sex slaves?
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, Leo. I mean, Leo, you don't want to dive down. That's a whole level of crazy.
No. Don't discourage Leo. Get it. Get it.
Get him. That's hilarious.
I was just gonna say that guy's brain is a bag of cats. You can smell crazy on him.
You can smell. When is that from, Jay? That's a reference.
The Avengers, the first Avengers.
That's right. Fucking Banner was saying it about Loki. That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. So you can prove a conclusion with non-facts. In a syllogism, yeah, it's not really. You're not really proving it. Does the conclusion follow from the premises? That doesn't mean that the premises are facts. It doesn't mean that the argument being made expresses the truth. It's just
do I need to go
valid?
Do I need to go get my Logic 101 book and find the page where it talks about validity versus veracity and read it so everybody here falls asleep?
He's just gonna fuck it. If you give him that, he's just gonna fuck it.
He's doing the same shit that Jay Dyer did, where Jay Dyer was like, where he didn't understand the difference between valid and sound. That he thought that like valid, like structurally valid meant it's it's demonstrably true, and he was like, yeah, this way it's. I don't know why this is like a distinction you learn in like day one. Okay, day one of philosophy. Yeah. So I don't know.
He's coming after me now. So Jefferson, when you make an argument, you don't use facts in your premises, Lamau. Well, the best example that I can give of that is the syllogistic argument that JL just gave, and I would hope those aren't facts, you moron.
But they are, because
otherwise you are in fact a motherfucker, and all of your apologist friends are also motherfuckers
too.
I just keep having that thing from Super Troopers. How do you feel? Good enough to fuck your mother.
This guy is juggling jars of nitroglycerin at this point. This is just absurd.
And a huge thank you to Jefferson Spatchcock, who also in my live chat super chatted $9.99. Super chatted that, says, let's see that video. He does want to see it. He doesn't know what it is, but I know he wants to see it because of its potential. Yeah, I mean, it's so scary.
You should have done $9.96 and said, here's my Walmart rollback super chat.
I always, you know what? I don't know what it is with the iPhone yet YouTube app, but I don't know how to customize it so that it's like an even amount. It goes from $1.99, $4.99, $9.99. It's almost,
yeah, it does that at mine.
It's absurd, and it's like, where is this? I can dial. I want to send $6.66. Like a troll, but it won't let me do it.
He doesn't get it. Of course, they are facts. A fact is just a state of affairs that makes a proposition true. Whoa.
State of affairs that makes some proposition true is a truth maker, not a fact simpliciter. A fact is a proposition which is firstly truth apt and which possesses truth, a truth bearer. So come on, Leo.
A motherfucker.
You lost him at state of affairs. So.
Oh, okay. He came back with a very
the affair he's currently having with his mom.
I think I did put that. I'm going to have to premiere that one where I was really drunk and doing a very bad impersonation of Hannibal from the TV show and was talking to him about his mom issues because he's got a lot of them. It was funny.
Now he's trying to say, like, the fact is the state of affairs that makes the proposition true. Okay, what does that that is not synonymous with a premise, you moron. A premise does not have to be a fact, and that's how you opened this.
Dark Ranger 1975 says, this has been fun, but unfortunately my third shift is catching up with me. Definitely get some rest. I worked third shift for a long time, so I get where you're coming from. So thank you so much for hanging out, Dark Ranger. I appreciate that. And Tony Regime, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Darren Delaney as well. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. T. Steffi as well. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. We want to make sure I caught the people that were new in here. Tony Regime says, Jefferson Spatchcock, if souls are permanent and unchanging, then redemption is impossible.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. That's why I said like that when we were talking with Vel about that kind of stuff, if there's this kind of notion that as your body ages and changes and you go through that kind of stuff, that's just us on our mortal coil, that the candle burning down, but the soul itself, that's this sort of like, concrete, permanent, relatively inelastic thing. And yet it does change.
Why would
it has to change because there's like a redemption process that happens. So you get into some contradictory notions there when you talk about a sustaining deity, because that deity is sustaining not only the state of affairs for your, I shouldn't use state of affairs, it's just going to make PMARS upset and confused more. He's sustaining the physical reality of your body, but also the spiritual reality of that soul, which includes any changes that occur. So any changes that occur to your salvation are due to God's sustaining energy, because they can't happen against his sustaining force. Therefore, the only reason you end up getting saved in that case is because he allows it.
PMARS, I don't think you're catching onto this. Not all premises are facts.
Yeah, he keeps wanting to say like a premise is a state of affairs, as if a state of affairs is always like a premise it's a potential state of affairs. It doesn't have to be a matter of fact.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's very, very, very confused.
That or he's just trolling.
Well, he's always doing that a little bit. So
let me see.
I think somebody had their hand up. Oh, the Crown has the hand up.
Crown has her hand up. Excellent. Crown. Make sure you got your volume okay.
Sorry. Yeah. I just wanted to say actually, concerning Jedi's position, when it comes to the idea of sustaining deity, that would only apply concerning the corporeal, given that it's elaborated by the fathers like Mad Babai and Natsai of Nisibis. that effectively the corporeal exists as God's expression of the incorporeal, which is in itself independent of God in its entirety, right? So I don't think it would follow that it is dependent upon God. Is the only issue. Patristically, that doesn't follow.
Some of that was kind of broken up for me. Could you paraphrase that again? At the beginning, I couldn't make out some of the things that you were saying.
So what I was saying is that according to the patristic sources that I'm aware of, it's posited that the incorporeal, i.e., the soul, right, of man is itself independent of God, and that the corporeal exists as an expression of this.
Oh, that may be the case, but that's not my point. So I'm sure there are sources like that. I mean, there's lots of differences on this, depending on which church fathers you go back to, or which denominational dogma that you look at, or philosophical religious work that you look at. But based on how I see it being presented most of the time by sort of online Christian apologists, there seems to be a problem explaining how that works when they just say God is the sustainer of all. Okay, well, doesn't that entail then that God is sustaining not only your spirit, which it made, but also your body, which it made? So there could be some like what you're saying. There's a statement out there that's trying to get around that. I don't know that that really convinces me.
Well, it's not that it's like...
Couldn't you just go and find some Calvinists that are like, yep, 100%, that's determinism, that's how everything works?
Oh, no, because, okay, the differences between this position and determinism is, well, first of all, I don't posit the same epistemic presuppositions as them, so it just wouldn't follow anyway, but that's a different subject, is that the incorporeal of man, which is, the soul, is still entirely dependent on itself. It's not determined by God, despite his absolute foresight as to what this independence is used for, right? But rather just that as is explained explicitly within Scripture in Proverbs, the corporeal. It's like the volition of like each decision is to man on his own, but like the result of casting die will always be determined by God. That's paraphrasing, but that's effectively what it says in Proverbs. And sure, there's lots of people who would present this in a very strange way when you take terms like sustainer of the world and you put it through this like Alexandrian school like superstitions. It's going to result in this like abstract idea of him controlling every single thing with no independence. But if you put that into the sociocultural context and you put it through Antiochian like interpretation, as the fathers intended, then it's quite obvious that it's described in both ways in Scripture that he is the sustainer of people in the sense of bringing them towards those interests that are in alignment with him, bringing about his will, and giving, granting favor in this corporeal expression he controls, right, in union with him, whilst at the same time being independent in the incorporeal.
This just sounds like a way for them to get out of certain problems and then get into more. I mean, also there's something I think fundamentally wrong with trying to do something like appeal to Scripture at all, writ large, as if it has a univocal explanation for how any of this stuff works. But those narratives don't provide that kind of univocality. So you just have to appeal to the authority of the early fathers of the church, and then say, no, they've got a great explanation for this, and it solves this issue. Sure, it solves that issue, only because they're asserting that this is how things are. But if you follow through a lot of the other claims that are a lot of other dogmatic claims that get made, it starts to contradict.
No, yeah, I would say that in every single other church, this is true, but not my church, and I mean that unironically. Right. I know that sounds like a pretty insane claim. Right?
It sounds like special belief. What church is yours?
Assyrian Church of the East.
Assyrian Church of the East. Okay, I'm not familiar with the doctrines of the Assyrian Church of the East. So,
well, for some historical context, there were two large schools in the beginning of like Christian theology during like the early church fathers. So two large schools. One was in Antioch, and the other was in Alexandria. Keep in mind what I'm saying is a simplification. And within Alexandria, due to the like extreme influence of like Hellenic syllogistic argumentations, they had a proclivity to engage in very allegorical explanations of scripture, right? That led to pretty abstract ideas that diverted from like their predecessors, like Arrhenius, like Polycarp, right? Who warn against speculation multiple times explicitly, right? And then within Antioch, the focus wasn't so much on these like syllogistic formulas as much as it was on the like the socio-historical context of scripture, right? And that's why you begin to see like an incredibly large division between these two. In fact, when you get to the point of the Council of Ephesus, where Cyril, for largely political reasons, basically does a bunch of mental gymnastics to like strawman Saint Nestorius, that's really when you begin to see the official introduction of Hellenic superstitions into like dogma, and that's where the divergence begins.
Okay.
I can provide sources for this.
Oh, I'm sure, but I don't understand how this is not just making assertions from dogma.
Well, your argument is, well, not like your entire, like not everything you've been saying in this entire conversation, but you did say that you believe that dogmas are inconsistent within the churches, right?
Yes, and oftentimes, not all the time, but oftentimes internally inconsistent, on top of being inconsistent with each other.
Okay. I would agree that the church is definitely inconsistent with one another. I only believe in one church. But can you explain to me then which dogmas, at least within the ACOE, would be inconsistent? Or would you like me to recite dogmas you might be unaware of?
No, I don't. I think everybody would probably get, because I don't know that anybody listening is really that interested in it. I'd have to do a deeper dive to see what the doctrine is. Yeah, I mean, I do have to. I'm not trying to say that the dogma represents something wrong, but I think it's fundamentally, it's problematic to assert that dogma is well, because as you put it, and you did recognize, like unironically, like, oh, my church has got it right. Well, plenty of believers and non-believers have heard that before. In fact, you can watch that argument happen between believers all the time, and then watch their hair stand up. So no, I'd have to get into it and try to take a look and see for myself what's going on. But I think if you try to give it a rundown, I don't know that everybody would have to accept what you're presenting as a paraphrased presentation and accept it with a huge grain of salt. So yeah, right. I don't know that would be that helpful. But I will look into it. I am kind of interested in it. So because I have always been interested in some of the early doctrines of the early Christian church in history, other than just your basic kind of like Roman Catholic and Orthodox split. So yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, even if it's not necessarily something that's most interesting, it is definitely important to inform yourself about, like, one of the largest religions in the world, even if it's smaller denominations or interpretations of that doctrine. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was my only contention. Then I guess it's all right. Good talking.
Okay.
All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed me in a direction of something I'm interested in. So yeah, I'll definitely look into it. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. All right. God bless you.
Thank you, Crown.
Yeah, take care.
Or King. However, I know this is the chess piece. So awesome. Good times. Ouroboros, I would like to bring you up, but the stuff that you're saying in the side chat has me questioning the intelligence of that move. So
I think they're friends with PMARS.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna. I don't think.
Oh yeah, no, I see it now.
Yeah. So
yeah, there it is.
Okay, there he is. Yeah.
Yeah. Not
maybe. I mean, if we had to judge based on
David-
what we've seen in the side chat so far, there are two people that are runner-up for the ones that are just going to start spontaneously screaming the N-word, like they're having a panic attack and Tourette's at the same time, and that would be PMars, number 1, and 2, 3, 4, and 5. He takes all 5 spaces. Number 6, possibly Ouroboros. Yeah.
Leo says, "Bring him up, JL, please."
Leo is advocating. Like, Leo, I like my stream, Leo. I like it where it's at. You know, I like when I upload content to YouTube, it says you have a good history of like, or like you have a like, you know, they trust me that the content I put out is well handled. So
Yeah, when the person is typing what they've been typing and then types, "I'll be good," Admiral Akbar flashes in my head.
The Admiral Akbar rule. Yeah.
Yeah. Trap.
It's a trap. I think
that's bait.
I think that's fucking yes, Mad Max. That's bait.
That's bait.
Yeah, the comments here. I mean, I think there was like the comment that you made. What was it? Accept the goon. Yeah, dude. And thanks to Papa Meat for truly teaching me what gooning was. Now that I understand what gooning is. A fucking internet terminology. Thank you to Turing Test 2, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 49 months. I do appreciate that, Turing Test. You rock. Thank you so much for that support. You rule. You're that close to the final badge, to the final challenge badge, or the channel badge. So like, I have channel badges for my members. That the longer you're, it's all based off the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're a member of my channel, the more your mind expands.
Holy shit, that's fucked up.
I just looked up gooning. Oh my god.
Yeah.
No, but the fucking the image that he just posted, that's Heater's character from Monster House. The animated movie from 2006.
So thank you, Turing Test.
I love that character.
And thank you, Regios.
I like that movie.
Regio001 has been a member of the Godless Army for 48 months. Thank you so much. I love seeing those membership milestone chats. Those are very cool. Thank you, Regios, for that support as well. You're also closing in on that final channel badge. You'll see it when you unlock it. So I do appreciate that. You're very close. Cindy Johnson, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Benjamin Costello, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. The Turtle Moves 3014 says, "My church is right," says every Christian church ever. Yeah, agreed. They do. They absolutely do. I don't know if I can even open the live chat now. Is it unsafe?
Wait, why not?
Well, let's see. It's undoubtedly a trap.
Yeah.
Admiral
Okay,
Akbar
good.
had
Okay,
a
we're
distinguished career, but reduced to a meme shaking my head.
So I was because I keep envisioning, because AA Batteries is in the chat, and he's a good friend, a good supporter, and AA's PFP is Battle Beast from Invincible, right? And so there's a GIF of Battle Beast from the animated series when he's got blood all over him. He's like, it's great. Well, you know, he's like licking it off his face, or like, because Battle Beast kills people, and that's what Battle Beast does, because it's a comic book character. Anyway,
Yeah.
somebody took that image, that spot from the episode, and they recolored the blood to all white. So it's just like white splashing all over his face, and he's like, yeah. So right. And then they've also done it to Omni-Man and Conquest when they have blood all over them, and he like licks it and everything. They just changed it to all white, and so it's like splattered white. So I've seen
that would make that thematically a very different show.
Right.
Very different. Yeah. Look at how generous they're all being with each other.
Something that PMars could get behind.
He and his
Pun
mom,
intended.
he and his mother. It could be a family thing. Bonding.
The new definition for the term family affair. Yuck.
Gross.
It's a family affair. Oh yeah.
Good enough to fuck your mother. Anyway.
All right. Oh yeah, Bob Nadell's gyroscope said, "I just googled gooning too." Holy fuck. Yeah, I should
send a message to Missing Mod, see if we can't.
Oh, bring Missing Mod up here. This is the stage. I mean, although I I mean, she hates me. She really hates me, but she may hate you more.
Yeah,
Jay.
maybe. I think I'm getting there.
She
I'm
can't
working
stand,
on it.
She can't stand my ass. I think
I've never talked with her, so
it was because okay, so she took a statement that I made. I said that engaging with her, that it is that she is worthless to engage with. Okay, and that's because every engagement has led to no advancement in any kind of understanding, like, well, whatever. It's just like
That's true.
There's nothing to be gleaned, no information to be gained. You know, it's so it has engaging with her is no worth. She took that as me saying that she, as a human being, has no
It's
worth.
completely worthless.
It's completely
Yes.
worthless.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, you as a person are not worthless. You have potential. You just don't employ that potential or realize it, and you bring nothing to the table. You just expect to sit down and be served, you know?
And to give you an idea, and to give you an example, Jeff, one of the things that happens, like this happened to me once, but I saw her do it to a couple people. So when challenged, like on her particular position when it comes to believing a God, right? She'll do something like, well, yeah, but you believe that evolution thing. So the only thing that really happens there is that you just stop and go, so are you saying that are you saying that it's essentially the case that I hold to an absurd thing like evolution in your mind, and you hold to an absurd thing according to me in my mind, or something like, you know, somehow or another she tries to use evolution as a way of like, well, you hold to this absurd thing, so leave me to my absurd thing, is how I kind of take that.
I've heard that.
Yeah, she just
before from
kills
other
the
people.
conversation. Yeah, she tries to kill the conversation in the crib.
Yeah, it goes nowhere. And yeah, and forgive me, I could have explained that better, but I'm starting to feel my third shift. Yeah, it's really pointless. I've tried to like engage her, like honestly, just like in live chats on tacos, and it'll just, oh, you just want to get there to a gotcha. And I'm like, no, it's about challenging things that you're saying and seeing where it goes. And yeah, it's pointless. So like one time I was just getting on her by constantly referring to her as a Floridian, and then she accused me of bullying her. And then I said, I don't honestly think that you've ever really been bullied. And then she responded with, you're right, and I never plan on being bullied. And then I responded with, wait, you never plan on being bullied? How does that work when you've just been telling me that I'm bullying you?
No, nobody plans to be bullied.
I don't go out of it. It's not on my daily checklist. I can tell you that.
I mean, I can try. I guess I can schedule it in and see, and I'll just go find Darth Dawkins somewhere online.
Scheduled.
Yeah,
12,
I did.
12
I did.
PM to 12:45 p.m. Get bullied.
Scheduled
And
2 p.m. to 3 p.m. A vicious atomic wedgie.
And if I don't get it, done, it's gonna throw my OCD off just insane. It's gonna be like, why don't I couldn't do a day is incomplete? So
you're standing outside on a street corner wearing only your tighty whities, screaming, "Won't somebody bully me?
Punish me!
Let's get this done. I've got an agenda here, folks. I've got a schedule."
This elastic is fresh. It's never been yanked.
All right, McGruber has her hand up. This is Warren 01, I do believe, and I'm going to bring Warren up, but we've got the two of you here, so I'm going to bring Warren up. This is an opportunity for me to step aside and grab a drink real quick.
I'm going to mute.
I'm getting a little dry, so Warren, will make sure that people can hear you.
That's McGruber.
McGruber, yeah, we'll make sure people can hear you. I'm going to step away for just a moment. If you have a question, or I saw you wanted to discuss something in the side chat, so I'll let Jefferson take the lead on this one.
Sure. Hey, Mac, what's up? I do know what this is about. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah, I'm no longer a presuppositionalist or any form of Christian, I guess.
Yeah, we kind of had some chats, some texting back and forth about it. So kind of like
literally one text from you.
Okay, yeah. What? I guess I mean, because you want to kind of explain what did it, the process, and
yeah. So earlier this year, I read Greg Bonson's presuppositional, like defense of presuppositional apologetics, and he never really like gives an argument for like why God is a necessary precondition for intelligibility. So like Bonson is like the master student of Van Til. So if in Bonson's work he doesn't defend premise one, then that means that Van Til mustn't have defended premise one either. And then so I actually read the source material, and it's very funny because you can hear Darth Dawkins clips in the literature. So I thought, okay, well, that doesn't mean precept is false. It just means that, you know, maybe Bonson hasn't discovered the rationale for premise, or the argument for premise one of the tag. So then PMARS gave me James Anderson's proof of the presuppositionalist argument, but there's about 3 out of the 6 premises for bullshit. Like one of them being, in order to know anything about the universe, one must have comprehensive knowledge of the universe. And I just think that's nuts. Like there just seems to be no there. So given that I'm generally a shit debater, and I lost a bunch of debates against Darth Dawkins, like that doesn't, and that atheist after atheist loses against Darth Dawkins. Like I'm willing to grant that Darth Dawkins wins debates, but that doesn't mean that he's correct. It just means he's better at rhetoric and better at debate. So yeah, I just think there's no there. It just seems to be a self-referential like feedback loop. And I like that I can now believe in evolution and that the Earth is round again.
Well, yeah, but I think that some presuppers do still hold to, like, you know, something like, you know, the theory of evolution or the world being round.
No, none of the sincere ones. No,
probably not, because I think I mean I can I mean it makes sense to me why, because I mean if you're going to accept a presuppositional thing and you know soup to nuts, then yeah, it does tend to lend itself to having to accept a fundamentalist, literal, univocal understanding of the Bible.
The Bible has to be God's revelation, and he has to be all truth revealing. If the Bible says that God created the earth in 6 days, more or less how it appears today, then you can't get away from that. You can't like eisegete out of that.
Yeah, they would if
likewise, and they're willing to accept no evolution on the basis of the biblical text.
Yeah,
right.
Anybody
but they're not willing to accept a flat earth, which is really bizarre. Because the Bible says the firmament, says the pillars of the earth doesn't move, you know, et cetera, et cetera. It says that when Jesus was taken up to a tall mountain, he could see all the kingdoms of the world. Like, it's not possible in a globe.
That's a dream state, though. That's my thinking. They'd be like, "Oh, it's a dream state."
Again, that's not made clear. Number one, and number two, even in a dream, you wouldn't be able to see all the kingdoms. That's a flat Earth. If you dream of flat Earth, why? Why does a story make mention of allude to the possibility the Earth is flat?
Well, if you talk
why were the ancient Hebrews flat earthers? Like, according to Dr. Josh, the ancient Hebrews, even at Jesus' time, did not conceive of a globular Earth, even though that concept would have existed for centuries.
Yeah. Well, and even I've seen people. I can't remember who it was, who it was between, but it was somebody that was kind of arguing from a very dogmatic, you know, presuppositional apologetic position, and somebody challenged them on the description of the firmament. You know, that there's a dome and it was opened and it allowed the floodwaters in, and also the springs from below the water came up, and they were just tap dancing all around it. And it's like, look, if this is revelation, then that has to be the case. But we can,
and telling a bunch of people who don't believe that they really do believe is
never a good move.
Like, is it, you know, like, it made sense when I believed it was God's word. But like to a in any other situation, it's just madness. It's just
Well, the problem that they always make too, I don't think that they even understand this, is that you can make that appeal as an apologist or as a believer and say, well, everybody kind of has this like, suspicion in their mind or a feeling for the divine, an idea that maybe there's something greater out there that's unseen or something kind of controlling everything. That's a different thing to appeal to, right? That's sort of like just appealing to kind of an innate sense that humans have to kind of try to anthropomorphize the causes and circumstances that we live in. But then to say like, no, you understand how grace works, like theological dogmatic concepts of grace or eschatology, and it's like there's no way somebody would know that.
That's not what it says. It says the text is saying that we know that God exists because we see a created order, and we know we're accountable to the God. That's really the extent of it. We don't know the finer points of eschatology or the doctrine of the Trinity, or not, like we don't have that.
But they will try to say that you will end up having this moment where you feel like you need to say you're sorry to that thing. And it's like, there are plenty of people that have that sense of like, well, where, if there isn't a divine creator, then where did all this crap come from? That's a far cry from being like, okay, now don't you feel bad for what you did to that divine creator? And they'll be like, huh, what? Wait, what? Like, that's a very different connection.
And according to Calvinism, he created you so that you would make him sad, and you're still guilty of it.
Exactly.
And like Calvinism is where all this comes
from. Exactly. You can be sincerely repentant which is weird. You can be sincerely repentant without grace, so you feel you're sorry for it, but without that grace, you're not saved.
Well, I was without grace because I blasphemed against the Holy Spirit as an atheist, and I blasphemed the Holy Spirit when I was debating Matt Slick.
But I think though that, among some Calvinists, though, they would say like that wouldn't matter. You can commit an enormous number of sins. The only difference is whether or not, especially if they hold irresistible grace. If God wants you saved, you're going to be saved. You're one of the elect, regardless of what.
But I blasphemed the Holy Spirit, but I couldn't be one of the elect because I blasphemed the Holy Spirit to win a debate against Matt Slick.
I think they would disagree. I think many would disagree with you on that because that does not.
Well, they disagree with they disagree with the Bible they read literally. So they're again contradicting themselves.
But they don't understand there's no way that you can. There's no way you can read the Bible from beginning to end and not disagree with something. They just try to come up with more sophisticated ways to reconcile something they disagree with other things they do agree with, which is an enormous.
Well, they would claim that they don't disagree with it. And I like telling Christians about this blasphemy of the Holy Spirit thing. If they disagree with my interpretation, then they're basically agreeing that those two times in the Bible and the two Gospels that reference it are useless. So we have useless passages in the Bible. Therefore, God is a blabbermouth, and he doesn't have a perfect word.
Or it's just humans,
which is pretty funny. It's pretty funny to watch them.
Or it's just humans making stuff up and putting it to paper. I mean,
they're not willing to entertain that, so that's a non-starter.
Yeah, something that it has to be special.
And and they're more used to hearing that, JL, than hearing that. Like I used to say that God is omniscient, but he's not omnismart. So like he has to look for Adam and Eve after the fall. He's like, where's Adam and Eve? Look, they ate of the fruit, and he had to look for Abel after Cain killed him. He had to look for Moses when God was mad at him. Like he's always losing things.
Or he had to go down and check on the people creating the Tower of Babel.
Well, they try to say I've heard that distinction made by apologists.
Or the shit Sodom and Gomorrah. I have to go down and look for myself to see if it's as bad as everybody's saying it is.
Yeah, I'm getting reports and they're not good.
If there's so much as 50 people, then no, the cities will not be destroyed. If there's
what do you mean if?
Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah.
The issue. Oh, by the way, the two guys just got the righteous people and told them to get the fuck out of town because God wants us to turn this into a parking lot.
Which is that's a funny workaround, right? Like, because like he gets them down to like, hey, If there's even just like one person there, like, okay, maybe
10.
we'll
I think he
talk.
gets him down to 10 in Genesis 18.
Does he get him
Gets
down to only 10? Yeah. So
Yeah.
since there's one righteous dude in his family, it's like, okay, escape hatch. Like, dude, come on.
Something that stood out to me.
Ouroboros, having to look for something makes you less smart if you're omniscient.
Yeah.
So
McGruber,
that's a big problem.
There was something that stood out to me that you said earlier, that there was a problem that you see now, that there is a problem with telling people what's in their minds.
No, there is no problem if that's divine revelation. But if it's not divine revelation, then it just sounds silly.
Okay,
if God is saying that this is true, and you, a sinful liar, deviant, are saying that it's false. I believe God over you.
Right. Okay.
Well,
but you recognize that. Okay. So, but you do recognize that a person who doesn't hold the position that is not working with that assumption, because the assumption can't be demonstrated to be the case, that obviously hearing someone tell you what is in your head is extraordinarily off-putting. You do recognize that now, right?
We tell people what was in their head in court all the time when we establish mens rea. So,
Well, by looking at their actions and asking them questions, not just outright. But it's different, because we ask them questions as pertain to the case and the evidence at hand. We don't ask them about things that they don't have access to, and about so.
You can plead insanity.
Right. So
you do have access to it, though. You have the Bible.
Right. But there are certain assumptions about the book. Okay, like if I don't start with the assumption that the book is automatically true because I don't hold it the proposition of the God is true, I don't hold it to. In fact, I hold it to be not true because it is logically contradictory. Therefore, the book is just another text important to one culture filled of nonsense that they wrote down of their mythology. That's fine. There's no logical contradiction there. So therefore, people who happen to have been culturally raised to believe that book is valid, telling me what's in my own head as though they have special access to my brain, that's deeply problematic.
Fair enough. But if precept is true, that means the Bible is true. If the Bible is true, then what you're saying is false.
But the problem, okay, so you could say that.
If precept is not true, then Christianity is not true, because precept is the only argument that actually proves Christianity. All the other ones are probabilistic and have major.
No, but I don't think it does, because precept is predicated.
I don't either, but I mean, it has the best shot at it.
Well, not really. I don't think it does at all. I don't think it does at all, because precept is predicated upon unfounded assumptions about the ontological nature of abstract concepts.
Yeah, if I can undermine your ability to make any reasonable statements at all, then I don't need to listen to you, filthy atheist.
Well, okay, but that's the problem. There's no justification for the ontological assumptions that are being made about the nature of these things.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Right.
I agree with you, but it's a shortcut. It's a shortcut to proving Christianity, which is pretty smart.
But it doesn't prove it. It just basically says if the assumptions that I'm making about the ontological nature of these abstract concepts are true, then therefore my conclusion is true. That's just literally just a deductively.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's just a.
God did reveal it to
dude,
be true.
you gotta let me finish the thought, man.
Well, you're saying things I already know.
No, hang on, but I'm getting to a point. Okay. The problem is that there's no rational justification to make those, and it's not parsimonious to do so. Because if abstract concepts, if the ontology of them is just human minds, that we come up with terms, abstract concepts, to reference things in like sets of things in reality, then that's the ontology. The ontology of these things is human minds. To assert that they are somehow transcendental because they are prescriptively applied to the universe per coming from God, that's an unjustified assumption as to the ontological nature of these things. And it's not parsimonious.
Yeah,
it's multiplying your entities unnecessarily. So precept doesn't do anything. In fact, it shows, when you break it down, how bad the argumentation for Christianity is.
Well, no, it's because it's not limited to just Christianity. That's one.
Whatever you're arguing.
It is because it is limited, because it says that the ultimate precondition can only have these qualities, and only the Christian God, as envisioned by,
if you define it that way, right? Yeah.
If you But if you just replace the revelation of Christianity in terms of special and general revelation with the kind of revelation that's present in Islam, where the Quran
No,
takes
because the
precedent,
Muslim God is
and
not
argument.
Because
I understand that a Christian presuppositionalist would make the argument that you're making, but the method
No, the
of
Quran
thought,
says that God isn't all truth revealing. The Quran says that God is the master of all deceivers. Therefore, he's not all truth revealing. If you read the Hadith, Muhammad describes being revealed things by the devil.
but now you're trying to take on a position that somebody like Darth Dawkins would. That's not the point.
No, I'm taking a position that's refuting your claim that it could be ascribed to any religion. There's a reason that precept came through in the Christian tradition.
Well,
I understand that it originates with that, but the basic fallacies that it's built on can also be transplanted onto other faith traditions.
Agreed.
It can be unless you're. It can only be unless it's the Christian God plus one electron.
No.
Or the Christian God minus two molecules.
You only have to define you whatever God you're talking about. You only have to define it as Van Til defined it. Remember, Van Til, per his own work, his own admission, was defining the God in a specific way in order to justify certain claims made, certain ontological claims he was making about abstract concepts. Okay, so you have to assume the ontological truth, the truth of the ontological claim that he's making as to like knowledge or truth or justice or whatever abstract concept he's referring to. So he applies an ontological framework to these things, and then he defines his God in such a way as to justify that ontological assumption. The thing is, it only works if you agree to how he's defining the God, which not everybody does. It's just the same, like, for example, the argument from divine hiddenness. If you don't agree with the premise that God is all loving, then the argument from divine hiddenness doesn't apply to you.
Well, anyone who thinks God is all loving is a moron. They haven't read the Bible.
Some people do, and some people they do hold that God is all loving or is omnibenevolent.
How did he love the people who he killed in blood?
They'll claim that he was, but they'll just appeal to mystery that we are incapable of understanding the extent of it.
Well, then we can't know what the Bible says. Therefore, we can't know anything about Christianity. Therefore, it's false.
It's really nice to have you on the same page as us. I'm just gonna say that straight up. It's nice to hear that coming from you.
That's exactly right.
You are correct.
Right, because they would just make the same. Well, they'd make like the Turek apologetic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those kids weren't killed during the flood; they were just transported.
Yeah, that's Darth Dawkins is like, maybe this is how it happened. You don't know.
Or he closed up all the
and he doesn't like maybes from anyone else.
He closed up all the uteruses so there were no babies.
That is his most obviously fallacious argument from silence, and it stuns me that he still occasionally drags that thing out. I'm like, here, look at this bit of wisdom. It's like, Darth, that is not doing what you think it's doing.
So, folks, I have to thank God for my deconversion. I have to thank Greg Bonson. I have to thank PMARS.
PMARS.
And PMARS told me, I was telling him all this stuff. PMARS said, I'm so glad you're an atheist because we don't want people like you. I don't want to be associated with people like you. So he's basically saying, I'm glad you're going to burn in hell.
Wow.
Which is really touching.
MacGruber, let me ask you this. Do you want to be associated with known motherfuckers?
I was just going to say that.
I have said to Christians, I don't mind going to hell because I don't want to be sucking God's
But I mean, do you want to be associated with people? But do you want to be associated with people who knowingly fuck their mothers? Like it's demonstrated, it's a fact. Like they do it. This is what they engage in.
What?
Do you want to be associated with such individuals?
You got to substantiate that a little bit more than just your...
PMARS admitted to it.
Oh, here we go again.
Oh, really?
Yes, like demonstrated, admitted to, bit the bullet, capitulated, whatever synonym you want to use. It's like there's a video of it. Like it was a conversation he had with me.
I mean, if it's the team of water keeps you alive, then yeah, I'm going to be on Team PMARS. So I'm sorry, but that's like.
Well, I said I gave him this premise one. All young Earth creationists and presuppositional apologists have sex with their mothers. Premise two. PMARS is a young Earth creationist and presuppositional apologist. Conclusion: PMARS has sex with his mother.
Well, PMARS may or may not even be a younger creationist because he says that the science is consistent.
That's a deductively valid argument, isn't it?
Yeah, but he also doesn't believe in the germ theory of disease.
Okay, but
so
hang
I'm
on.
Take
but,
his
he claims that premises are facts.
Oh, well, that's just...
Yeah.
So yes,
he walked. Yeah, he walked himself into
the green. Therefore, my cat is green. Like, oh, sound argument.
Well, McGruber, last time we had a conversation quite a while ago, you were appealing to Joel Sedekase. What do you think of his position?
Ouch.
He's just echoing the. He just says, "No, I'm right."
Okay.
He just has a presentation that's more palatable than PMARS or Darth.
He comes off to me like the illegitimate child of Andrew Wilson and Jay Dyer.
He's quite the salesman, and the porn stash is reg.
I mean, he's an idiot. I mean, like the stuff he says is so dumb, like so very dumb. I haven't had a chance to review his content because he does really long streams. So trying to hunt for something to respond to is really problematic. So I got to sit through like hours of shit. But
he's got slurs of shorts. But some of those shorts, though, he doesn't always take them fully through.
Right. Yeah.
Like and so then you have to go finding the video where it came from. You got to try to see. Well, okay, he's wearing those clothes. And his hair's got that much product in it, so maybe I can narrow it down.
It takes so much time to try and match where they pulled the short from to a larger thing to try and find the context. I've done that before with a dude. I did it with another guy. I had to find context because the short cut off before he finished his thought, and I was like, "What the hell?" And it took forever. I don't have the time to do it with Nutcase, so I'm just. But I watched one of his, like a part of one of them, and like it just like within the first 30 seconds, it was just crap. It was like he's already asking loaded questions, kind of like he was almost like he was pulling a Ray Comfort out there on out there at Huntington Beach, where he's like,
"Well, did you see the one? Did you see the one with him and T-Jump?"
I did not see that one.
There's a part in that where him and T-Jump are. They're doing the cross-examine portion of it, and it was really funny because for some weird reason, Joel Sedekase got it in his head that so T-Jump was basically trying to analyze like something because they were talking about the impossibility of the contrary.
Okay.
So you've got this X, and then you're saying, well, this X, when it comes to this X, there's impossibility of the contrary when it comes to said X, right? And so T-Jump is basically focused on that, saying, well, if I can come up with some other thing that matches X, right, that satisfies everything that X is, then it's contrary, right? So it's not logically impossible anymore, right? Or something in regards to that. And then Joel says, yeah, but you have to go after you have to refute my worldview by doing an internal critique to do that. And T-Jump just is like, no, I don't. We're just, it was incredible. They're just talking about this particular thing. This particular thing is what it is, and there's somehow it being logically, there's this logical impossibility to the contrary. And then T-Jump is going to go, well, I'm going to give you this as a logical possibility. And then for some weird reason, Sedekase is like, no, you have to go after my internal. You have to you have to refute my worldview, but through an internal critique.
Well, so
it was really weird.
I'm assuming he's like the impossibility of the contrary. I constantly hear is that the concept of knowledge cannot be grounded with such an ontological, within that ontological context without a God, because the God is definitionally what does that. So if you remove the God from the equation, but you still assume the ontological nature of the concept, then you can't ground that, and that tracks. It's like you can't make the same assumption, the ontological assumption that I'm making, because it's predicated definitionally upon the God. You remove the God, you can't do it. So that's the impossibility of the contrary. The problem is all you have to do is say, okay, well, I don't make the same ontological assumptions that you're making. You're saying that it has this attribute. I'm saying that the abstract concept does not have this attribute, and therefore I don't need the God to ground it. So
Yeah. T Jump was using a Boltzmann's brain or something like that.
But yeah, the
He's
Boltzmann
using
brain.
some.
Boltzmann's
Yeah,
brain.
he was using. Yeah, but yeah, it was
I
kinda
got to run, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
But thanks for letting me up. It was nice talking to you guys.
Definitely. It was good. It was a good, positive conversation. Appreciate it. I will say I was a little is it bad for me to be I was a little bit trepidatious there, because for years he's been telling me what was in my brain. And
yeah, the last time I had a conversation with him, I just basically had to go, okay. And then he said, well, he was going to dinner, and then he kind of it just seemed like he lied about going to. It was really weird. I was like, okay, maybe he's just in a mood.
I'm glad he's seen
but
how
it was not a good come.
Yeah, I'm glad he's seen how the bottom falls out of precept. That's a good thing. So
yeah,
I'll say that. All right, I think we got time to get one more in. I see Andrew with his hand up there. I see Andrew and Ouroboros. I still am hesitant, but I have not spoken to Samuel Haram. So let's bring Samuel up. I think we got time for one more, because I am also slated to be somewhere here pretty soon to talk about that mega collab. I got a special thing going there.
Well, I knew you really had to go, but it was when you said that you had to really go for one reason, but you really had to go for another reason, and I thought it was kind of odd that you did it, and then it's just weird, dude. It's okay. It's in the past.
Wait. Somebody said
yeah, the dinner. Yeah, and you said the dinner is a Darth Dawkins reference. Yeah, I didn't get the reference because I had no idea.
Let's see, my Mac. Okay, AA, good to see you, bud. Thanks so much. Oh, you were talking to McGruber. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I was just responding to him in the chat here in Discord.
Cool. Thanks, JP. Have a good one. Samuel Haram.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I actually wanted to come up just to say, I said it in the chat as well. Even though Darth Dawkins is an idiot, he's actually not wrong when it comes to Islam. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, okay. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
I think he probably is most of the time.
Okay, cool.
He tends to Darth Dawkins tends to reduce like all Muslims to fundamentalist terrorists.
I really wish I could find that video where he was talking with that one non-believer. I don't know how the guy. I don't know if he defined himself as an agnostic or what, but the way that Darth was explaining this to this non-believer was like God is like, he used the example of a baby, of a child sitting on a table, and next to the baby is a stuffed teddy bear. And when the baby turns his head and looks away from the teddy bear, the reason that the teddy bear doesn't disappear is because God is just actively sustaining the teddy bear being there.
The God is the omnipresent observer that collapses the wave function into the reality that persists.
Yeah, Nick. Yeah, I had to show it to Nicola, and Nicola's like, no. And I said, are you sure? I said, I don't know what he's doing here, but this is nuts. And I showed him. I had the video, and I showed it to him at the time, and he goes, and Nicola, he's got some drinks in, but he goes, this is some fucked up. What is this fucked up deistic solipsism? What the fuck is he talking about?
Nice. All right, Andrew. I think Andrew's going to be our last one for the day.
Howdy.
Howdy.
What's up, Andrew?
Yep. Always glad to be the last thing the stage sees. Yep. Yeah. So wanted to address one of the previous points, since we were on the topic of precept before, and realizing that I feel there's a horrible strategy failure that was kind of described in the process in trying to do what T-Jump was doing and putting up a competing view. The problem is that, see, the preceptor out there is making their claim, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're supposed to be defending their position.
Right.
So the problem is that they're making the universal claim of the impossibility of the contrary. They have to support this on their own. You don't owe them anything.
I agree. Yeah,
absolutely zero. It's like, it's impossible to the contrary. Oh, you want to make a universal claim? Thank you. I love blank checks, sir. Go ahead and fill that one for me. At which point they have to describe, at that point, a logical contradiction across all others. And just to say, well, it's not my view, I'm sorry, that's not going to fly. And they have no other grounds to go on. They're just saying, what? It's gotta. It's the argument from it's gotta.
Or when they start to shift it back to that whole Socratic thing where all of a sudden now they're the interrogator and they've got you in the hot seat about how it is that you can know what it is that you know.
Oh, well, you don't even have to do that. See, they're the one asserting that they have access to it themselves.
Right.
So that's why you need to pin them down to defending their view. This is what Darth Dawkins is an expert at. It's like going, no, well, you can't show this to be wrong. Yeah, well, you can't show it to be right. And frankly, that's all I have to do. So if I drag you down to my level, well, I guess you've got nothing.
And if their doctrine is their revelation is inescapable, then any point in my life where I cracked a Bible, I should have come to the exact conclusions that the preceptor did. And I did
just like everybody else who has competing revelation, of course.
But then
how do they explain that?
But then it comes down. It comes down to parsimony, because the number of assumptions they're making in order to assert their position is the case, it just begins to exponentially drive the probability that they're correct down. I mean, it's just insane.
Now you do know that. Oh, holy crow! I just lost the name here. Descartes' demon uses Occam's razor to decap presuppers, right?
Right. Yeah. That I made a meme out of that. You know the meme of the person chasing the big ball, of the gray person with the big yellow ball, and then so the meme is it's two panels. You see and it's like it was presupposition, it was presuppositional apologetics, and then chasing after knowledge. And then the big purple one appears in the second one, and that's Descartes' demon. So Descartes' demon eats precept.
It'd be a shame if something were to happen to that little worldview. better buy some insurance for that.
Yeah, the whole point that when I brought up that thing with T-Jump and them, what it wasn't really the impossibility, the contrary thing that I was giving that kind of as context was the part where Joel Sedeke said that he put this obligation on T-Jump that he had to somehow do it, and he had to like refute a worldview by doing an internal critique of Joel's worldview of something to that, because when he was just trying to do like, oh, well, you've got this thing and you're saying there's an impossibility to the contrary, and then he's trying to clear it up, and then he's going to go, and I'm like listening to T-Jump, I'm like, okay, he's just going to give him some other logical possibility. So then if you can give some other logical possibility, then what he's just saying is it's not it's the impossibility of the contrary is no longer prevalent anymore. But that didn't happen. All of a sudden it was about, no, you need to give an internal critique. Yeah. And T-Jump's just like, why?
Actually, no, you don't. The funny thing is by making that claim to the impossibility of the contrary, he's made an immediate outward attack against all other worldviews. He's opened himself up at that point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He has to defend it.
The other thing that gets me though is when he sits there, he did this short, and I ran across it, and he said something like that. Like he made this claim, like the biblical worldview is the one that you can cash your check with, right? Basically, it's the right worldview. This is the biblical worldview. Is there's no better worldview. It just is. You can back anything with it, right? And I went, you do understand that your position is that everybody has the biblical worldview, yeah? That's the core of Van Tillian precept, is that everybody has the biblical worldview.
Not only does everybody recognize it, they just deny it in their unrighteousness.
Yeah, exactly.
But the only worldview that is possible is the Christian one, which they always forget.
Well, I always like that the epistemology, they go epistemics in one hand, and then if you try to focus on the ontology, they go epistemics, and if you go to the epistemics, then they go back to the ontology, and you go, fuck it.
Well, this is a great place where normally they try to project and claim what you actually have in your mind, mm-hmm. At which point this is where you got to take it from the psychological battlefield to the real battlefield. It's like, well, I'll stand in front of you. And now if you claim access to my thoughts, I want you to count down, and I want you to guess which number I'm going to punch you at. And we're going to see what the words performative contradiction really mean. Oh, did you flinch? Oh,
It'd
I'm
be hilarious.
sorry. You're starting to
It'd be
betray
hilarious.
yourself here.
It'd be hilarious if you hit him in the face and they go, "Oh, 17," and you're just like, "Get out of my head."
Well, if they do
Holy
that,
shit, how were you right?
if they do that with me, I'll just start quoting the bit from Ghostbusters where Dan Aykroyd starts talking about how the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man could never harm anyone.
Something innocent from my childhood couldn't possibly hurt us.
Yeah. Mr. Stay Puft.
It just popped in there. What?
It just
just popped in
Ray.
there.
The idea that he didn't count on the fact that a Sumerian demon lord doesn't have a better imagination, like nothing that could ever possibly destroy. It's like, yes, I agree. The Stay Puft Marshmallow seems harmless, but not when a Babylonian god turns it into a kaiju, and that's what it did.
Gozer was very big. Gozer was very big in Samaria.
You know, he's cool. He's a sailor. He's in town. We get this guy laid. We're not going to have any problems.
There's just a minor difference between a Samaritan and a Sumerian.
Ray has
Very subtle
Ray
difference.
has gone bye-bye, Egon. What do you have?
What do you have
I'm
left?
sorry, Venkman. I'm terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought. That is one of my favorite lines. It's just, sorry, Venkman. I'm terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought.
That is, Ray, when somebody asks you if you were a god, you say yes.
I was thinking more to all the people throwing out the precept is, yes, sir, Your Honor, this man has no balls.
Is this true? Yes. This man has no balls. Oh, this man has no dick. until the power grid was turned off by Dickless here. Is this true? Yes, sir. This man has no dick.
No dick.
I have seen shit that will turn you white. The writing on that show, but that movie was brilliant. Okay. I think we're in a good spot. I do appreciate it. Andrew popping in for the last one's always good to close out. And it looks like we're dwindling down a little bit. It's a little after 1. Going just shy of 4 hours. So thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you coming in. And of course, Jefferson and Jay, I do appreciate you hanging out with me and everybody in the live chat. Before we close out, I want to let everybody know, unfortunately, we did not hit the goal, but that's okay. I wasn't pushing it hard. I just wanted to do like that. And the reason for this is because, so I'm going to do this at a later time, and I will want special guests. So Jefferson, Jay, you're more than welcome to come along. Andrew, if you're free, it'd be great. And what we're going to watch, the surprise that I had intended, which we'll get to at a later time more formally in another live stream, is I did a video responding to a Catholic regarding morality. Okay. The Catholic guy, it was a Sanctus Theology, did a video where he was saying that atheism has evil moral consequences. And his argument was basically...
I was watching that.
Right. His argument was basically for moral realism. I broke it down. I walked through it, blah, blah. I got a lot of great positive comments about it. It says, thank you so much for clearing this up. I had a lot of questions about it, like yada, yada, yada. It was all good. So apparently Jim Bob, made by Jim Bob, everybody knows who Rim Job is. Apparently Rim Job did a 3.5-hour live stream where he reviewed that.
Is that where that was spurned from?
Right.
Okay.
So he did a 3.5-hour live stream where he reviewed my video, but he blocked it. It's members only. So only channel members, only people who pay him can access it. But he did release an actual content video. I guess it's clips from his live stream. Not 100% sure. But from what I've heard, now I haven't watched it, but I do have it. I have it right here on my computer ready to go. That was the surprise, is from what I hear, it is a roast fest of me. And I don't know how much of a response it is, but because I don't know what it is. So what I was going to do is I was going to do a review of it, and I was going to keep my mouth shut, and I was going to have my special guests, like, if you want to, pause it and then provide commentary. But I was not going to do it myself. I was going to let you guys do it. I was going to sit back and I was going to take the pain and take the roast,
This sounds like something you could get a fucking pool going on, because I don't think you can keep your mouth shut.
I think I can. I'm gonna sit back and
You
if
think
someone
so?
if someone says pause, I'll pause it and I will let them talk. And I will not. And so if somebody asks me a question, I'll answer it, but I will not respond to the video. Or if you want to, you guys ask me a question, I'll respond. But I will let you guys handle the commentary to Jim Bob, and I will sit back and I will take the pain. Whatever he calls.
I will
I am
purposely let
so
it go to
on board.
I will purposely let it go to dead air just to see if your face will explode, JL.
Nah.
You can't, Jay. If you're gonna run the betting pool, you can't be doing shit like that. You just talk yourself out of being a part of the panel. You got to sit in the background and wait.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm just saying you can't be influencing it one way or the other. Like, hey, I've got real solid money and good odds that JL will say something.
You just had
despite
to
his own
go and
rules.
point that. You just had to go and point that out. You just had to go and do it.
I'm trying to protect you from corrupting yourself, right?
So
That's
that
all.
was the big surprise, and I want to thank so much Turing Test 2 for 666 pounds. It's his belated contribution to whatever the goal was. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Did that get you to the goal?
That did not get me to the goal. It was technically, if I go with that, if I'm just going by the numbers, that's from the goal that I set, it's still a little bit short. So it was close, but not.
Don't give a concrete number. Somebody will pay that concrete number and then be like, "Stay here until the video's done."
So, but I do appreciate that. But this just means that I will do a dedicated stream where we have that. We watch it. I will keep my mouth shut. I will let my special guests who are on the panel, they will respond to what Jim Bob is saying. If somebody has a question for me, like on the panel, I will answer a question, but I will sit back and I will take the pain. And whatever Jim Bob throws at me, from what I hear, it is an absolute roast fest. It could be cringe.
Okay.
It could be good. I have no idea because I haven't watched it. So I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to make a GIF. I'm going to make a GIF of just that clip from the movie Sniper, where Tom Berenger goes, no, I'm sorry, not Sniper, from Platoon. Take the pain, take the pain.
So yeah,
I'm done with this. That sounds fun.
That was the plan. That was the special thing I wanted to unveil. But since we're not doing it now, that's okay. I do have an appearance on over. I'm going to be appearing over on Creaky Blinders channel here in just a little bit. Here in about 45 minutes, I'll be popping over there, and so to discuss the collab, the big mega collab that we just did, and and to talk to him, stuff like that, because we were both involved in that. And which, by the way, thank you all, because the boost to my channel has been absolutely amazing. This has just been fantastic. You guys rock. And of course, thank you again to my guests here. Thank you to everybody in the live chat. Thank you to all the super chats. I appreciate those, and all the milestone chats. I love seeing how long you guys are with me. And of course, I do this every third Sunday. Stage of Reason here on the Politics Discord. You can join as well. Link for that is down in the description of this live stream. So just join that and check it out. We have all kinds of cool conversations here. Jefferson, anything coming up on your channel?
Yeah, I'm probably going to do another King's Hall critique video if I narrow down which one I want to kind of look at, just because they kind of piqued my curiosity after Mowdy shared that one link, the one with where they went viral for advocating the stoning of people.
Right. Yep.
So yeah, I'm kind of looking into that. And also Taco had dropped a video. He did a premiere a few days ago, and it was Darth Dawkins was in a conversation with somebody who I'm pretty sure was just set up. Like their username was Atheism Wins, and they have a back and forth, and this guy just folds and converts.
Oh,
just
I
like
did.
that.
Yeah, I did listen to that. Yeah.
But the argument, Dawkins has he's changed some of his approaches, some of his verbiage for his things, but it's all the same stuff. So I was thinking about taking it's like a 3 or 4 hour video. I think it's one of those longer hangouts, but there's a segment, that segment's probably about 10 minutes long. And I was going to maybe go into that and kind of do like a revisit of Darth Dawkins shenanigans.
Always fun. Jay, anything good going on with you?
I've got a lot of things floating. So the last really good stream I think I did was actually. Are you familiar with Blaster Master 80?
I am not.
Oh, okay. So he's he shows up. Anyway, he's got quite the relationship with a theist on YouTube who what's it called? Topics of Gospel or Gospel, something like that. But anyway, he knows him by the name Corky. So we had some fun with that particular theist content on YouTube, and I'm thinking about sending Blaster Master 80 a email and seeing what time a good time we can get together and go over some more of his more of Corky's stuff, because it's so much fun sometimes. It's either that or I might just get bored one day and go over some Joel Sedeke shorts just for, shits and giggles, just for the cringe.
Cool. All right.
Doing the Lord's work.
And Andrew, you just hanging out?
For the moment, yeah. I know we're about to close up here, but as you mentioned, the possibility of a group response on your behalf to that video, I would certainly revel in the opportunity. It is one of my personal favorite playgrounds. So,
hell yeah! And I will be the Kevin Bacon in this Animal House scenario, where I just bend over and say, "Thank you, sir. May I have another." So that is my role.
I want to see this video where he just like starts screaming at you like while he's doing the roast and goes, "Tell me if does truth actually exist? JL, does truth actually exist? Can you tell me that?"
Yeah, it's pretty bad, and it was a shame because I want to debate him on the morality thing, but he refuses to engage in any kind of like God debate until after the MDD Nashville event, which is in November. So apparently he'll be out there. Eric Planet Peterson will be out there as well, doing whatever for modern day debate, but he refuses to engage on any God topics until after November.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird. I have no idea. I have no idea. It's odd, but that's the one thing. He'll say he'll debate me on evolution. I'm like, I don't like what is the point of debating something demonstrably factual? It's like debating flat Earth. It's just pointless. So,
Agreed. Yeah.
I don't feel like doing like a 3-hour live stream where I try to teach science, like basic science, to somebody who doesn't want to know basic science. It's just ridiculous. All right, but thank you all so much. We will definitely do a live stream. I will get in contact to see what these guys' schedule is like, and we will get that scheduled here on my channel. You'll see the live stream where we do the big roast, and it should be a lot of fun. We'll see what Jim Bob has to say about me, because I figured I could do a review myself, but how much more fun would it be if I just sit there and take what he has to say and I don't respond to it and let everybody else make comments as well? I think that'll be entertaining. See, especially if I'm getting all red in the face like that motherfucking piece of. So we'll see. We'll see. I think it'll be entertaining. Or maybe he has something salient. Maybe he has something. Maybe he has some groundbreaking philosophical nuance that he's going to bring to it. No, I seriously, I can't even say that with a straight face. So
He's saving that for the MDD debate, MDD event.
Right.
I mean, that's clearly what he's got. Yeah. He's got the flux capacitor of apologetics waiting to be unveiled at the MDD.
Oh, it's gonna be
1.21 gigawatts.
Gonna be huge. All right, y'all. Thank you all so much. Thank you to Jefferson Spatchcock. Thank you to Jay for coming in and being on the stage with me. Andrew, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody out there. We're going to close it down now. So we'll see you all on the third Sunday of the month. And stay tuned. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, check it out. You'll get the notifications. And we'll see you on the next one. Cool. All right.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Jill.
Thank you. All right. And that is the stage of reason. We're ending a little early, but that's okay. And yeah, Jay, if you're still listening, I didn't trust MacGruber at all. I didn't. It was weird. And it was also really weird that he wasn't able to acknowledge, just concede that telling people what's in their heads, like I'm telling you what you believe, is really off-putting, is the reason why nobody wants to deal with him or engage with him. So it's like so incredibly antisocial. Why would anybody do that? But he couldn't even acknowledge that, which I found to be hilarious, but that's on him. So either way, thank you to everybody for coming out. This was a lot of fun. And I know that people are going to look forward to me getting roasted in Jim Bob's video. Let me see here. What I can do is this. Let me see if I can find this. me see if I can find. I know I can find it. Yeah, here we go. And I know because I know people were clamoring for some proof about this, and so I got to show it to you before we go. And I know I gotta pull it up really quick. Give me 2 seconds because this is gonna go a lot easier if I just do this. In case you hadn't seen it before. And I know if Jefferson, if you're still watching, you'll want to see this as well, because this is what I was talking about. There we go. Okay. No, get off of there. And back there. Good times. This should take me just a moment because it's a little short thing. I want to make sure that the audio is good. And let's remove that. Yeah, let's remove that from there. And good to go. And I'll move that to there. And we're going to start this. So this is what I was talking about. So Jefferson, if you are still watching, I know the people in the live chat are going to see this. I think they'll get a kick out of this. This is what we were talking about. Premise 1. All presuppositional apologists and younger. Okay, so I apologize. My tone is kind of heated because PMARS has that effect on me, and I'm trying to get under control. So please forgive how aggravated I sound right now. Premise 1. All presuppositional apologists and young earth creationists have sex with their mothers at one point in their life. Premise 2. PMARS is a presuppositional apologist and a young earth creationist. Conclusion. PMARS has had sex with his mother at some point in his life. It's deductively valid.
Argument.
It's deductively valid. Please show me where the please show me where the premises are factual.
The premises are a state of affairs, so that would
It's
be
a proposition.
Yeah, it's a state of affairs. A proposition.
Okay, but
what do you mean by state of affairs?
Okay, but the syllogism I just presented, are those premises facts?
What the fuck? Yes.
So you do. So you have had sex with your.
That is the hardest admission.
You have had sex with your mother at one point.
Oh God. Oh Marstown, what are we gonna do with you, buddy?
Wow, dude. Well, at least he bit the bullet, just dived right in. So yeah, that was the short that we were talking about. That deductively valid, the premises in deductively valid arguments are apparently facts according to PMARS. So there you go. That was by his own admission. You know, I didn't force him to. I didn't trap him. I just presented the argument and he agreed to it. So there you go. So I thought that you would enjoy that. Anyway, so that's going to be it for right now. Obviously, we have more content coming up, more stuff coming down the pipe. I have some special stuff that to show y'all, and I'm glad that y'all enjoyed the mega collab. Be sure to check out everybody else's videos that are attached to that. We all did a lot of work, all 9 of us. There's Forrest Valkai's in there, Creaky Blinders in there, Sir Sick, Planner Walk, Jacqueline Glenn, The Skeptic, myself, of course, and Emma. Emma Thorne is in there as well, and who am I? Of course, I'm missing somebody. Who am I missing? I suck. Who am I missing? I'm terrible. I'm terrible at this. Who am I missing in that collab? It's a massive thing. We just freaking did it. What is that? What am I missing? Godless Engineer was the next one. So yes, so a lot of amazing stuff that we put together, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So and hopefully there will be a second one very, very soon, because you all seem to enjoy that a lot. And I've already got shorts prepped and ready to go. So it was Jacqueline Glenn, Godless Engineer, Creaky Blinder, Forrest Valkai, myself, Emma Thorne, Planner Walk, Sir Sick, and I did it again. Only this time I covered the person that I missed. And the Skeptic. So that's all 9 of us. So, all right. So thank you, Jinju. Good to see you as well. Thank you so much for being here. And to address this, the cat down the road. So no atheist can address it because it's impossible for atheists to prove any evidence for the non-existence of God. That is incorrect. Once again, I will tell you this. The cat down the road, I'm speaking directly to you. It depends upon what God you are invoking and how you are defining it. If you define the God in a way that it is unfalsifiable, then it cannot be demonstrated to either exist or not exist. It's unfalsifiable. So therefore, the question then becomes, is it rationally justified to believe that it does exist in the face of that unfalsifiability? And the answer to that would obviously be no. Okay. But if you're talking about a God that is defined in such a way that it entails logical contradictions by virtue of its attributes, that God cannot exist because logical contradictions can't exist. Invoking that God would be the same as invoking a square circle, okay? Or a married bachelor, all right? So that's the problem. All right, that's the unfalsifiable one. So like I said, if it's unfalsifiable, it clearly cannot be, but it doesn't mean it's rationally justified to believe that it does exist. But if you define it as a logical contradiction, then it cannot exist. And therefore, I can say it doesn't exist. And what is the evidence? The evidence is logical contradictions can't exist. Okay? That's how that works. So you can't say, but if you're talking about a certain God. No, but that's the problem. Not all God concepts are equal. Okay? Some gods are logical contradictions. Some gods are just unfalsifiable. All right? Some gods are just deistic in nature. I mean, you could just argue for like deistically, but that's unfalsifiable. You can't prove the truth or falsity of that. So either one, either you can demonstrate it to be the case, the concept is unfalsifiable, or the concept is logically contradictory. It's one of the three. All right? No theist has yet to prove that such an entity exists. So it's the other one of the two. It's either a logical contradiction or it is unfalsifiable. Either way, there is no rational justification to believe that it is true. Done. Very simple. I just did, Kat. I just explained it to you. And I don't think anybody in the live chat other than you didn't understand what I'm saying here. I just did. Evidence for the non-existence of God. If you are defining God in a logically contradictory, because notice, Kat, how you haven't provided a definition for your God yet. You just keep saying God. You're not specifying anyone. You're not saying Quetzalcoatl. You're not saying classical deism. You're not saying Christianity. You're not saying Buddhism, Hinduism. Okay. So when you say God with a capital G, I'm just going to assume you mean the monotheistic Abrahamic God, which is definitionally a contradiction by virtue of its attributes. So I can say that God cannot exist because logical contradictions can't exist. There you go. So just redefine the God, change it to something else. And well, yes, of course. Okay, so if you're defining the God as unfalsifiable, then yeah, I can see that you can't demonstrate it's not false because it's unfalsifiable. So the truth or falsity of it cannot be demonstrated. But you're not defining your God as unfalsifiable, are you? Okay? You say God with a capital G. God with a capital G does not imply classical deism. God with a capital G, as you're using it, implies the monotheistic Abrahamic God. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using God in that context. So I'm just going off of what you're giving me because you haven't specified what God you're talking about. You want to specify it. Like I said, it depends upon the God you're talking about. Okay, so you're wrecked. Okay, please, come here every time I do a live stream and I'll cook you some more because it's fun. So, Cat Down the Road is just trolling at this point. I believe that everybody in the live chat understands. Hit a 1. Okay, type a 1 if you understood exactly what I was saying, if it was clear and concise. And if I didn't, if it was totally nonsensical, type anti-disestablishmentarianism. Lots of 1s. You seem to be the only one that's not getting it, Kat. So maybe try again. Maybe watch it back on maybe watch the replay and you'll get it then. Okay. So you need to specify what God you're talking about. If you just say God in like a colloquial sense, like a creating entity, well, that's just classical deism. Why are we even talking about it? You need to specify. Okay. So it's not just when you just say God, I don't know what God you're speaking of. You could be speaking of Quetzalcoatl. Okay, which is different. So than the than the monotheistic Abrahamic God. So it's up to you. to set the terms for the conversation. You can't just say, "Oh, God." Well, okay, well then I'm going to assume what God you're talking about, and I'm going to say it can't exist because it's defined in a way that it indicates it's analytically true. It's a logical contradiction. Done. That's the evidence. Logical contradictions can't exist. That is the evidence that says that your God doesn't exist. If that's the God you're talking about. All right. Which I've already done. So I acknowledge unfalsifiable gods cannot be proven otherwise. So that's why the conversation then moves to whether it's rationally justified to believe that the proposition is true, which it is not. Done. I can't explain it any further. So thank you, everybody. I do appreciate that. Thank you to all of the super chats that came in. I do appreciate those. They really support the channel. You guys rock. And we will do the special. We're not doing the special presentation at the end of this stream. At the end of this one, we're going to do it at a later time. We're going to do it more formally. I'm doing a formal live stream. We're going to bring everybody in and we're going to do the roast. It should be a lot of fun. And maybe I may even make it part of the Halloween stream. That could be fun, where they roast me on Halloween, where I just get like pummeled. And, if I could find some good debunking videos, that should be fun too. We'll have a nice little panel going on. All right. So thank you very much, everybody. This has been fantastic. This has been The Stage of Reason every third Sunday of the month. Politics Discord server. The link is in the description. Please like and subscribe. Just like if you didn't like it, if you did like it, subscribe, do all that cool stuff. And we will see you all in the next one. If you're popping over to Creaky Blinders, I will be popping over there shortly to hang out with him for a bit and talk about the collab and the future from there. And I'll see you there. So feel free to join us over on Creaky Blinders stream. So you'll see me there in a bit. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. See y'all. You rock.